Hello, and welcome back to this Sunday's episode of Crow Lane. I am Jess. I am your feathered dungeon master. You can't see my feathers. They're somewhere else. You don't know. And I'm very excited to introduce you to my lovely cast. We're going to start with Bree.
Hi everyone, I'm Bree. I use she, her pronouns. I don't have feathers, but I wish I did.
Real. Can we find you on the internet, Bree?
As well. Oh my god. Shoot. Wait. What was your question?
I was like, can we find you on the internet? But I kind of already know the question.
Oh yeah, the question is you really can't find me on the internet, but you can find me on Discord. You can find me at probably your local Ren Fair, or like out and involved doing local politics stuff. So be engaged in your local political system.
Love that. Diana.
Hi, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Dragonona. You can also find some of my writing in the upcoming tabletop baking game Storybake. I feel like I've plugged this so many times in the last few months, and I'm going to do it again. Peep jousting, kids. Fucking get in there. And you can also find me at your local library this summer. See if they have a summer reading challenge. They do them for adults, and you might get a prize. I'm saving up for a tote bag, personally. So, go check it out.
Oh my god, I want a tote bag.
I'll get you a tote bag.
Please. James.
Hi everybody, I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. You can find me most places at either Nice One James or TTRP Gay. It's my little scavenger hunt for you. You're welcome. Also, since we're pre-recording this, I'm just sort of hoping that wherever you are when you're watching this, the new Dragon Age game is out, so you can also find me nowhere because I'll be in a cave playing Dragon Age. Don't need me. Thank you.
That's very optimistic, and I hope for your sake,
I hope
that's true. Mara.
Hey everybody, my name is Mara. You can find me on the internet at College of Lore Dropout or just Lore Dropout. You can pick one and I'll be there. You can also find me in the closest body of water to you. I'm swimming in it.
Hell yeah. And good for you, frankly.
Thank you!
All of them.
Every single one of them. I'm the new cryptid.
Oh, damn, Mara, you don't want to reveal that. Mara's actually the big bad of this campaign.
Shoot, sorry, I forgot. Edited in post.
Last but not least, ever, my wife.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I'm TT. You can find me at TT Brett on most places, or not, because I'm recovering from burnout, so I'm not posting online anymore. But you can find me most places at TT Brett, or your local bubble tea shop, because I work at one.
And you do such a good
I
job.
do such a good job.
You do.
I serve such good bubble tea, guys.
You do. Thank you very much, guys. You can also find me on the internet at Seriously, and you can also find us, the Starlight Tales brand account on social media, at Starlight Tales or at Starlight Tales _. We have our weekly updates and schedule announcements going out on Twitter every Monday, I believe. We're also on Instagram and TikTok. And if you would like to catch up on previous episodes of this campaign, you can watch our VODs of this campaign and all of our other campaigns over on YouTube. We also have a Patreon. You can find our full Act 1 and Act 2 recap of Crow Lane uploaded for free over there. And for a variety of low-cost prices, you can have access to a number of other exclusive bits of content, including live streams, quizzes, exclusive world-building lore, early announcements, all that good stuff. We also have a fan Discord that you can join. We would love to chat with you over there. We would love to brainstorm weird and wonderful fan theories with you. It's also just your space to shout at me if you want for scaring you. And I'll just, I read them before I go to bed at night, and I go to bed with a glow at scaring everyone. And finally, if you are in the mood for some spooky dice, or not spooky dice, is up to you, you can use our code STARLIGHT10 for 10% off your order at Die Hard Dice. And I believe that is most of our announcements for today. So I'm going to pass it over to our intro stream before we start. See you in a minute. Last time on Crow Lane, our tiefling family found that they could still not quite shake the haunting they were being subjected to. After bidding farewell to one ghost of their past, Ward, a different ghost entirely seemed intent on communicating with them via an old radio set. In search of a childhood storybook, Rudella and Nadette combed through their old children's nursery but found only echoes of a beloved aunt long dead. And finally, our family decided to delve underground and explore the network of lost mining tunnels beneath Dorithium. After a bone-chilling descent into the depths, the family stumbled upon a haunting site, the remainders of a dark ritual at the center of hundreds and hundreds of statuesque people encased in gold, who all began to whisper in unison, "We are Wallow." So we start exactly where we left off, and I'm going to need a few people to do a few different things for me. First of all, Rodella, you mentioned that you were casting Identify on a number of these items in this ritual. Could you let me know which ones?
Okay, so could you remind me again, like, what the items are? So we have a braided seaweed.
Yep, you have a braided knot of seaweed. You have a shattered kind of mirror, which is kind of half mended thanks to Ruby's kind of repeated mending cantrips that she's been working on. You have a piece of driftwood with a carved incantation on it. You have a half burnt black, kind of like ebony black candle, and you also have a ring of sea salt, which you can also cast Identify on if you wish.
Okay, I think I have like 4 charges left on me eye. So I think I'm gonna leave the one that Ruby's doing and focus on some of the other ones.
Sure. Ruby's mending the mirror, she's not identifying it.
Yeah,
so
but I think because Ruby's kind of like working on that, I end up focusing on the other ones.
Sure. Which ones?
Oh, the hair.
So you're casting this 4 times. You're using all 4 of your charges.
I'm going to be using. I think at this point, Rodella's just going, "What the fuck is this?" And so it's just trying to get as much information as possible. So I'm going to use all 4 charges.
Okay, which one do you go to first?
Probably the driftwood, just because it's got a lot of writing on it, and I'd like to know what that is.
Now, Rose, you were kind of by this piece of driftwood, correct?
Yes.
Can both yourself and Rodella make me a wisdom saving throw?
Okay. But only because you asked really nicely. No hers. You're fucking kidding me.
What?
I don't want to tell you. Don't worry about it.
Okay, never mind. What did you get?
That's a 23.
I got a natural one.
Okay. Rodella, you kind of like pick this piece of do you pick it up? I mean, you have to touch it to identify.
Yeah.
So you pick up this piece of driftwood. It is like cold and like unnaturally cold to the touch and kind of like slimy, as though it's just been pulled from the ocean and has that kind of like bloom of algae over the top of it. And you feel kind of like the hairs on the backs of your arms stand up for a moment, and then it kind of goes away. Rose, as you kind of like are in the vicinity of this piece of driftwood, you watch Rodella pick it up. You also start to feel very, very cold. And your palms start to sweat and the hairs on the backs of your arms start to stand up. And suddenly your clothes feels as though they start to kind of like cling to you, and you look down and nothing has changed. But then you look up again and you are beneath water. And it is dark, and the only light source is whatever kind of like rusty kind of like red sunset is above the surface of the water, that very, very far away from you, and you are sinking, and water is filling your lungs, and you are dropping like a stone, and you are frightened for the moment as you experience a horrid vision of drowning.
Cool. I feel really normal about that. Can I, in this vision, still feel Tennant's hand in mine?
No.
Great. Yeah, I think Rose just starts, like, gasping, and, like, I think the hand that is holding Tennant's, like, lets go because she can't feel it and starts, like, trying to grasp for wherever he is.
Yeah, I think, like, Tennant, you let go of his hand, and he kind of, like, cocks his head at you and is like, Rose?
And he's just, like, gasping, I think, genuinely.
I think he, like, looks at you as if, like, almost accusatorily, like, have you done something? And then immediately, like, whirls around, grabs you by the shoulders, and starts trying to shake you. Rose, look at me.
Do I hear this at all?
No.
Where my consciousness is? Okay, slay. I'm trying to... Okay, question. Being frightened, because I'm a GM and I should know this, but my brain is off. Can I still, like, use an ability? Or am I, like, just out of it for a minute?
Give me 2 seconds and I will tell you. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and you can't willingly move closer to the source of your fear.
Okay, that's okay. Can I... So I have a bard ability called Counter Charm, and I think in this moment, as I can, like, feel myself sinking, try to, like, focus on, like, the magical ability that I have and try to start... I think, like... Yeah. I think just, like, remembering where I just was and with the magic knowledge that I have, even as, like, my heart is, like, hammering in my ears, I think I'm gonna, like, open my mouth and start trying to sing, even, like, as I can feel water coming in, and do Counter Charm, which, as long as I am performing, anybody within 30 feet of me that can hear me has advantage against charm and frighten effects. I don't know what effect that has on my own, but just, it's the only thing I think that Rose can think to do to try and, like, shatter whatever this is in this moment.
So sorry, the ability is anyone within 30 feet of you has, did you say advantage?
Advantage, yeah.
I will let you roll again to try and break this.
Thank you. Let's see. Do I benefit from Rodella's saving throw buff?
I believe so.
Okay, slay. Then that is a... What is my wisdom? I can't read. 14?
Does not succeed.
Okay, slay. Yeah.
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 I believe you might have something. Just because I know sometimes it's hard to keep track of your features. It's I believe a feature that...
Yeah, I think as this is happening and as Tennant's, like, looking at Rodella's looking over at Rose and just kind of like, is she having a panic attack? Okay, so yeah, I have Aura of Courage.
Slay.
So, starting at 10th level, you and a friendly creature within 10 feet of you can't be frightened while you are conscious.
Okay, so Rodella, what does this Aura of Courage look like when you activate it?
I think as, you know, she walks over and clearly Rose looks terrified.
Tannen's shaking her by the shoulders, frantic, trying, like, snapping his fingers in front of your face, like, what the fuck? Hello?
I think Rodella interprets this, like, the way that Rodella's interpreting it is, oh, Rose is having another, like, panic, you know, and so I think she steps up, and kind of rests a hand on Tennant's shoulder and then rests a hand on Rose's shoulder. And she takes a deep breath, and as she, like, breathes out, there's this kind of, like, almost like bloom of this light blue magic that kind of shimmers out in a little bit of a, almost like a shockwave, and then it settles. And you've got little bits of, like, it's like a little bit of dust, like this kind of shimmering dust that kind of settles over you.
Yeah, I think the second that Rose is, like, pulled out of this kind of, like, vision from it, I think Rose, like, sinks to the floor on her knees and starts, like, there is no seawater for them to cough up, but I think as just, like, a reaction, starts, like, coughing and, like, braces one hand on the floor and just, okay, I'm fine. Be careful with those, because I was just drowning a minute ago. Fuck.
What?
And I think we'll just, like, reach a hand up to yours, Rodella, and squeeze it as, like, a silent thank you.
Rodella frantically takes your hand and is just staring at you, like, and then glances down at the driftwood, and, you know, clearly, like, no, it didn't affect anyone else. So I think Rodella takes this, and she, like, squeezes your hand and steps away from everyone as she's continuing to identify this and make sure that, like, you know, she kind of gauges how far you are away from her and make sure she's away from everyone else.
I think Tenon's voice is even in the sheer forcefulness he's trying to put into not sounding scared for you, but the tremble in his hands as he kind of like runs them through your hair betrays him as he kind of makes this weak joke of, "Oh, I thought I was the one who couldn't swim. What are you drowning for?"
Yeah, well, you know, I figured I'd return the favor. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, don't touch those. Okay?
I won't.
Good.
Meanwhile, whilst this is happening, on the opposite side of this ritual circle, Ruby, you have held up this shard of this mirror to look behind you at these golden statues, and you don't see any movement. The whispers are now no longer illegible. You can still hear that kind of like kind of moving through the air around you, but the words have stopped, and no one has made any move towards you. There's no twitch of anything. But instead what you do see is a glimpse of your reflection in this fragment. And in your reflection, you do not look like yourself. You do and you don't. One of your eyes is this crimson red, and one of your eyes is this butter golden yellow, and one half of your face is gaunt and hollow and mean, and as if all of the life and the vitality has kind of been like sucked out of you. And the other half is flushed with youth and with a kind of resolute determination, and it's as if like the two halves of your face are at war with each other. Make some sort of insight check to try and understand.
Sure, I would love to do that. It's a 16.
With a 16, you feel bare. You feel stripped away. You feel your soul exposed to you at its very basest level, and you see the half of you that wants to be good, that wants to be kind, and the half of you that may have existed in another lifetime at war with the half of your soul that is blackened and corrupted and has killed again and again and again and become twisted and hard and numb. And I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I think I have a thing about this. 1 second.
Okay.
Oh, it's just proficiency. Okay, well, cool. Okay, that is, oh my god, that's a 24.
Nothing happens.
Cool. The longer that I look, does this vision persist? Or is it like just a flash? Okay.
No.
Okay. Normal, regular. Yeah, I think that really like catches Ruby off guard, and I don't think that she makes any like sudden moves. Because if you think you've been spotted, you're supposed to just freeze, and maybe it'll look past you. But just maintains this very prolonged eye contact with herself in a way that I don't think that she's very used to. She's not the type to seek out mirrors very often. And then I think we'll kind of continue holding it up and angle it towards someone else in the family.
Who do you angle it towards?
Nadette.
You tilt it towards Nadette. Her eyes are yellow. Her skin is flushed. But there is a curve at the side of her smile that is just a little too wicked to be her own. And there is an intenseness in her eyes, like the calculated look of hunter seeking out prey.
I think for half a second that's almost comforting because that's what she recognizes most in herself, but I think that's combined with the jarring effect of seeing it on her sister. And I think that she'll very slowly lower the shard of the mirror that she's repaired, and just in the chaos that's happening kind of on the other side of this ritual circle will tuck it into one of the pouches on her belt.
Okay. Nadette and Riva, whilst these two halves are kind of like occurring at the same time, what are you doing?
I think Nadette is going to try and look at the faces of the people she can whose faces are exposed enough to like make out their expressions and just try and like commit them what they looked like to memory right now. See if there's anybody she recognizes somehow, see if there's anyone that they like have seen in a book or something, you know, just like looking and trying to remember, committing all of the faces to memory.
Sure. Make an investigation check.
Absolutely. That's an 11 on the die, plus a 4 for a 15.
How are you doing this? How are you going about this? Are you kind of weaving into the crowd, or are you kind of staying at the perimeters of it, looking at them?
I think is going in through the crowd, kind of like picking one point, and then kind of like working out from the center, kind of spiraling around, trying to grab as many details as she can, but I think they're trying really hard to not touch anything, but they are getting like close up to like look over details and all of that.
Make just a sleight of hand check just to check that you don't accidentally rush anything.
That is an 18 on the die plus a 12 for a 30.
Damn.
You are fine. You see kind of like passing you as you look at each of these faces. All of them are anguished. All of them are frozen in a perfect painting of the rawest fear that you've seen, only on the face of the dying. And as you pass one of them, you also, this gilded gold that coats all of them, completely free of dust, as we learned last session. The dust and the grime of this cavern doesn't affect the gold, so it is incredibly reflective. And you catch a glimpse of your reflection in the kind of like smooth skull of one of these figures. And in it, you see yourself as a much older woman, maybe kind of the same age as your mother, and another figure beside you, similar age, which is Sam. And you see the two of you standing side by side together, looking, for all intents and purposes, an image of the matriarchs that currently lead your family, but you kind of know, a gut twinge tells you that it is you now who runs this family. It is you in the highest level, in the highest position of power, at the head of this empire. But you and Sam are not holding hands. And there are bags underneath your eyes, and there are lines in your faces, and there is a resolute coldness between the two of you as the magnitude of this business that you run together has slowly eaten away at your relationship and your trust in one another. I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah, okay. That is a 13, lucky number 13.
That is a fail.
Shoot.
Would you roll a D100 for me?
Yes, I would love to do that for you, my good friend Jess. That is a 92.
92. Immediately, your ears start to ring, they start to buzz, and just as you had maybe 5 minutes earlier, you start to hear again. Again and again, layered on top of each other, building into a cacophony of layered whispers. And for the next minute, you are deafened.
Cool. I think as this happens, Nadette is like frantically looking around at the family and sees everyone kind of focused on Rose, sees Ruby like looking at them in a mirror, and is like, all right, you know what? Maybe right now, I'm just gonna not, like, everyone's busy, and I think it's just gonna kind of like shrink down into like almost like a fetal position on the ground, but just like hugging knees to the chest, kind of squatting, and is just gonna like close her eyes and like just like try really hard to keep it together until someone finds her or things get better. Think that's just kind of like crumbled in. Yeah.
Reva, what are you doing?
I think you've mentioned before that there was like a black feather that floated down. Is that right? Then I think of all the things in this room, I think Riva would be focused on that feather.
Okay.
And I would like to do like sort of an investigation, and I kind of want to. It feels like yesterday, but also 1,000 years ago, that we were crawling through the walls and looking for feathers. But I think in this moment, I want to see if there's any familiarity to this feather.
I'm not going to make you roll. You don't need a check. The image of these feathers that were littering your home and your walls is imprinted on your mind forever. They're slightly larger than a crow's feather. They have this iridescent kind of vista blackness to it. And the feather that floated down and is now settled on the ground before you is the exact same.
I think I pick up the feather and sort of like hold it, the tip of the feather in between my two hands. Or not my two hands, like my two fingers, I think. And I want to sort of look upwards to see like if there's anywhere it could have floated from. And I guess just from, I'm trying to figure out, I'm like, oh my gosh, it's been a while, like looking at a tiefling sheet, or I'm like, are we able to generate flames? But either way, I just kind of want to, like, set this, like, feather on fire while looking upwards.
I will say, in this world, you as tieflings have access to this hearth inside you, and you can, in fact, generate these little licks and flames of fire. So you can very easily set a light to this feather. And it burns. It burns like a candle, but backwards from the wick, bottom up. And it smokes this kind of like acrid, unnatural smell. And you're reminded of the smell of sulfur in the eggs that you found the previous night. And the flames light the orange embers of your eyes. You watch it burn.
I think I inhale deeply and just, like, fill my sense memory of just sort of that sulfuric scent, and I want to follow the trail of smoke from the feather upwards to see if it potentially leads anywhere interesting or somewhere that we may have missed.
Sure. Make a perception check for that.
Okay. Roll my d20. And that is going to be a 22.
The smoke wisps upwards. The ceiling here is quite low. And you see it kind of like hit the top of the ceiling and kind of like scorch it with that kind of like the remnants of soot. And you see it follows the kind of like very stagnant, very minimal air current of this room and reaches the parameters of the room. And, you know, this is a relatively small amount of smoke, and you as a tiefling, were you not so innately made of fire, would not be able to track it quite so well as anyone else. But you see it reach the parameters of the room and nothing. The only place it has to go and disperse is back up the way you came, and you get the feeling in this moment that this room is pretty much it's airlocked. There is no other passageway leading off of this one. You also get the impression that this is the very deepest part of these tunnels that you could reach.
And I think in following the smoke and then sort of like observation, I think sadly and poetically, I think she loses track of like where the rest of the family sort of is at this moment.
I think as she's kind of putting this little stolen shard of the mirror away and turning back to the family, how in distress does Nadette look? Because, hey, bud, how you doing down there?
We're gonna have to make a
Nadette is
perception check to spot her, because Nadette has sunk down.
Oh,
beneath
God.
Kind of
Okay, great,
so.
cool. Perception? Yeah, 19 on the die plus 8, 27. Fucking sister can't hide from me, bitch. I think we'll kind of start to, like, pick her way through the statues, come around probably, like, behind Nadette and be like, did you find something?
I can't hear.
No.
So, I does not respond to you. It's just kind of huddled in.
Nadette? We'll kind of go around and, like, grab her shoulder and, like, get in front of her.
I think you get, like,
You
a
alright?
startle reaction.
Are you... Don't tell me you fucking curse now, too.
Nadette, all you see is just wordless moving of Ruby's lips, but you hear nothing. You even hear maybe Ruby's voice join the whispers in this curse kind of... You hear nothing coming from her mouth.
I think kind of like... Isn't gonna scramble back, but I think you, who knows your sister so well, Ruby, sees that impulse to, like, back up away from you.
What? Can I... God, how is... I'm trying to not metagame. Evil.
You can make an insight check to try and see.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would love to figure out what the fuck is going on with her.
So many people would.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't Adette like to know what the fuck is going on with her?
Yeah.
I was a 15.
I think with a 15, she is terrified, like raw fear on her face. And you do see when you speak to Nadette, her eyes are focused and confused and honed in on your mouth.
Okay.
Not looking at you, but like
Okay.
trying to understand.
Can you see me? Can you hear me? Can see me? She can't hear. Right. Okay. And we'll just reach out and take her hand. And we've canonized this in fan fiction. So don't tell me I can't do this. I think
I would never. Fan fiction is law.
we'll take Nadette's hand and start like pressing into her palm in the Morse code that they taught themselves so many years ago, so that they could like knock messages between their walls in the middle of the night. And we'll just press it, don't panic in Morse code.
I think you see that kind of wash over Nadette, who now I think they're just standing there like eyes closed, like I don't want to look at Ruby in case the words coming out of her mouth are scary. And you just get like a very feeble like squeeze back. Like I don't think Nadette can like concentrate enough to tap back a response. It's just like a squeeze response, and it's just gonna kind of like hold your hand and just like wait to be led somewhere. I think is like, all right, like you're in charge now. I'm tapped out. Fix it,
Okay.
please. Yeah.
Fair enough. I think that like just taking a very slow like minute will like stand the both of them up and start picking their way through the rest of these bodies, kind of like with one hand on in Nadette still, just in case like she does want to send a message back, and also with another like on her elbow, and gets back to the main circle and just looks around at the bullshit that's happening here. Yeah, I think we should go.
As soon as you cross that circle of salt, the whispering stops.
Holy shit. Ruby,
And
say
you can hear
something.
it again.
Just something.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Sorry.
You all right?
I'm good. Yeah,
Okay.
no,
Good.
just couldn't hear, and it sounded,
Oh.
except for, the we are, and kind of sounded like it was coming from you two, but,
Right.
Just 1 second. Let me get it,
If I was gonna do spooky whispers, I'd come up with something original, so.
yeah, that's fair. Hold on. Give me a second, and good as new. What the fuck?
Alright, do we have everything that we need? Because I think we should honestly just throw this shit in a bag and get the fuck out of here, because I don't like this place. I don't like it. I don't like the energy here. I don't like the things that I'm seeing here. I don't know how the rest of you feel.
Yeah.
Rodella, you finished casting Identify on this piece of driftwood. I've sent you what you ascertain.
Oh, okay.
Would you like me to kind of give you an overview of
Yeah,
what you get?
I could do it, but I suck at reading aloud.
It's okay. So, what you have identified is known historically as a doomwood fragment. It is a gnarled and twisted piece of rotting driftwood, blackened and slick as though perpetually wet. It has 3 properties. The first is something called Navigator's Focus. When it is used as an arcane focus for rituals of necromancy, a doomswood fragment provides spellcasters with advantage on any saving throws made to maintain, the concentration on the ritual, and increases the spell save DC of this ritual by 4. Second property is something called Strength of the Tide. Whilst you're attuned to this fragment, the spellcaster gains resistance to cold damage and advantage on athletics checks made to swim in rough waters or against strong currents. And the third property is something called Siren Song. Once per long rest, the attuned spellcaster can use this Doomwood's fragment to cast Command without expending a spell slot. It only affects creatures within 30 feet of a body of water.
That's cool. That's really cool. I think Rodella kind of like stares down at it and it's just like trying to figure out what the fuck a piece of driftwood that has something to do with the water is doing in a tunnel inland, like just staring at it, like. And then I think she'll kind of like glance up as she hears Ruby. You know, she's been very focused on this. Glance up as she hears Ruby being like, "Let's get the fuck out," and I think blinks a couple of times, and then, right, I've identified the driftwood. Let's grab the rest. I'll fill you guys in on the way up.
Right,
Hold on one
fantastic.
second. Hold on 1 second. And I think Riva's like thinking about the smoke and thinking about release. And I just want to ask a quick question. The Sylvan poem, that's what's etched onto this piece of Doomwood. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And have we translated it from the Sylvan at this point?
Yes. To remind
Okay.
you, the common translation is this. It is written, "Bound by gold, an ancient spell, call forth these souls from gilded hell. In one form thy essence blend, to serve my will until thy end. Bound by gold, by salt, by tide, serve thy mistress, none beside, until the day when freedom's light shall pierce the earth's eternal night. But until then, in hollows small, mine servant bound, await thy call."
I think Riva is going to repeat this and like in her mind for 1 second and then read it aloud. I think bound by gold, right? And I think she gestures to the golden figurines. By salt, gestures to the salt ring. By tide, and then gestures to the doomwood. Serve thy mistress none beside, until the day when freedom's light. And then she takes a moment and looks over to the half-lit candle. Or the candle that's been unlit, right? It's the half-melted.
Mhm.
Shall pierce the earth's eternal night. And I think she pauses for a second and looks to the entire family, I think oblivious to the trauma of the drowning and the deafening and the visions and everything, and goes, "Can we break the spell? What happens if we light the candle?"
If we do that, perhaps maybe we shouldn't be in the room when it happens. Maybe better shoot it with a fire arrow and be far away.
Shoot it with a fire arrow.
I don't know. I'm just saying if we're gonna do it, we should be a little bit smart about it. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but
I also think that whatever this thing is right now, it sounds like it's bound to one person's will, and we don't really know what'll happen if it's unbound to their will. It could be a crazy rampaging monster.
We've dealt with those before.
Yeah, we
I'm
have.
also guessing Freedom's Light is probably something bigger. My instinct is, in fact, we're deep underground. My instinct is maybe it's a path upwards, but could be wrong.
Okay.
I think before we make any move in that regard, we should identify what the rest of these are and figure out what we're working with.
Good.
I just rolled a nat 20 for Tenant. He kind of brow scrunch at you, Nadette. You alright? You look
Oh no,
pale.
I am not all right, but I will be.
What happened? Turn around for 2 seconds.
I just couldn't hear for a bit, and it sounded like everyone was saying we are. And I don't want to say it because it might start it up again. Yeah, I just couldn't hear anything at all for a bit.
Why?
Where were you? What were you doing?
I was looking at the faces, trying to see if I could figure out what happened, or if I don't know, knew any of them, and then I just started. Everyone heard it, and it didn't stop until until I crossed the circle. So if I also cross and I freak out, probably just that again, and it'll probably go away, right? Also, what if I the candle would right? I don't want to complete the ritual, but if we do, I mean, I kind of do because I'm very curious. Maybe the candle is called freedom. It's freedom's light. Just a thought. Throwing it out there before I lose the ability to communicate, potentially.
Right. Well, sounds like we've got a lot more questions than answers, and like I said, sounds like we should throw all this shit in a bag and go figure it out at Sloane's house, because I feel like they probably know a thing or two about spells like this. So if we all want to get your shit, grab the rope, and we can get the fuck out of here. Sound good?
Yeah, maybe don't grab it, like, if we have something to pick it up with. I think
got
that's
gloves.
Ideal.
It's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not at all, like, frustrated at Rose,
Yeah.
just, like, very much like, I want to fucking leave. Let's go.
Honestly, I think it, like, puts a little bit of life back in Rose. I think she's been, like, caught between trying to be helpful and, like, the increasing urge to just get out of here. And you kind of go, yeah. And you see Rose, like, kind of gives, like, a, okay. And gets a little bit of her kick back.
Well, before we all get bound by salt, golden tide, or whatever the fuck it is, I think we should just fucking leave. If we want to come back,
Yeah.
we can. We can also next time not take the people who have panic
Oh, I'm
attacks
never
down here.
coming back.
No offense.
So,
yeah, you should never come back.
If
You
you
should
need to do
come
anything,
back.
we should do it now,
Honestly,
'cause I'm not coming
yeah.
back. Thank you.
Honestly, bringing you down here was a mistake. That's on me. Let's all fucking leave.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
I hate to ask this because I really would like to leave. Is it worth me trying to speak Sylvan to any of these creatures? I'll do it.
Like I said, if you want to leave, I can do it.
Yeah, it's sort of. Just correct me if I'm wrong. It's like an archaic Sylvan. Yeah. Or is it like modern? It's yes. I totally. It's just. It's sort of like a really old Sylvan. And you know, growing up, most of the stupid texts I had to study.
You
with.
want to try talking to him? Be my guest.
Trust me,
I'm
I
gonna find a
don't
bag.
at all.
Hold on.
But I will.
Nadette just had something fucky happen with her because of the statue. Like,
Yeah, probably won't happen to me twice in a row, though, right?
Wait, what happened to you?
You can see that Rose's skin, like, because even though, like, Rose wasn't just underwater, I think subconsciously Rose feels still like she was. And so you can see there's, like, frost kind of, like, blooming along most of her skin. Nothing. I'm fine.
Well,
saw
I mean,
them
obviously-
freaking out over you, so just it's
Don't.
fine.
It's fine.
Listen, I think that some of these magical effects are not all cancelled out by this fucking circle. So, I don't know.
I will say, during this time, I feel like there's the smoldering embers of like the feather right now. And there's a bit of
Do you light up a cigarette down here?
But it's like there's like a little bit of like chaos gremlin energy that is just sort of like built into the Crowcult bloodline. And that is just pumping right now. And she's like, Riva's just watching these little embers like falling, just willing one to touch the wick of this candle.
Are you
For the
smoking
sake
down
of
here
plausible
right now?
deniability. There's just
Riva, you are a tiefling and you do have a certain amant of influence over fire. And you especially, a tiefling of great power and of great fire within you.
Do you want to roll like a luck or something? I'm trying to figure this out. Like,
I just
there's
did.
a little bit of
By will alone, these little
Oh, God.
golden embers float and spiral to the ground. And they land about a foot away from this candle. And you kind of like, a little bit of you kind of watches and you kind of sigh, and your sigh flutters them again, and they catch the wick. And it barely even connects, and suddenly with this, the candle lights.
Are you fucking kidding me?
I rolled a 19 on perception. I fucking saw that.
I look over to my dearest wife. I just look over, and there's like the most bullshit sort of like, oops.
Riddell looks at you like, fucking hell.
Jesus.
And there's
Reva.
love and a little wink.
Reva, could you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Ah, perfect.
So tempted. Wait, guys, if I lit a joint with that candle, what kind of fucking visions do you think I see?
One way to
You
find
have a
out,
great
baby.
time.
That's a 7 on the dice. I have a 0 as a modifier for con saves.
Oh,
I don't know if I add Riddell as anything, but I don't think so. For saves. Do I? Honestly, I feel like I shouldn't, because this is directly in defiance.
I don't think it would make a difference if
Yeah.
I'm honest. At a 7.
Okay.
Reva, you feel bone tired. Your whole body feels weighted at the ends of your limbs. And it's like, despite this flame, which is this sickly purple color, not the color of regular flame, burns, you gain a level of exhaustion. And because... Actually, nope. You gain 2 levels of exhaustion because you failed by 5 or more. However, in addition, you see a figure waiting for you over by the entrance of this cavern. Too far away to quite make out the details of, but feminine in appearance. And as this purple flickering flame refracts across all of these golden lit and almost magnifies, the whole room becomes this sickly purple glow. It just illuminates the very outer silhouette of this figure. And you see 2 curling horns and this glowing kind of like fuzz of white fluffy hair and a tail curled around their feet. And she just stands there at rest.
I approach the figure.
She is on the very other side of this room. You'll have to weave through these statues, so I would like you to make a sleight of hand check also to avoid touching any of them.
God. And with exhaustion, I think there's a disadvantage, right? Double exhaustion.
Double exhaustion. Yeah, I believe so.
So that seems right. Oh, that's unfortunate because that was a nat 20 right there, but I'm using that one. And that's okay. That was a dirty 20.
A dirty 20. Sorry, I'm just checking my DCs. I have so many things to gecko. That is a fail.
Dirty 20's a fail. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, you know what? It's not a fail. I was okay, something else. It's not a fail, you don't touch anything, but what I will say is you do catch a glimpse of your reflection in one of these figures as you walk past. It's not intentional. You're just kind of like, your eyes are very much fixated on this figure ahead of you. But you have to duck and weave out of this statue that kind of comes up right in your eye line. And for a moment, you see your face reflected back in its face. And you are old and wizened. There is much more grey in your hair. You are battle-scarred. You are weathered. And you are mean-looking. There is no love in your heart. There is no affection. You have painted on your face that same sinister grin, and you recall that wicked grin appearing in the shiny surface of the egg upstairs in the crypt when you looked at it over a year ago now. That wide, macabre smile you remember seeing, very unlike your own. You see yourself with a captain's hat, and it is your father's hat. And you have tattoos etched into your skin. You are wearing your coat, but it is weathered by many more years at sea than you ever had. And you are seeing a version of yourself who continued captaining the Sea Devil's crew. You are seeing the demon reborn as you. And you will have to make me a wisdom save.
I think I instinctually recoil. Let's see. I have proficiency in wisdom saves, which is nice, but I'll be doing this at disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 2 on the dice. I don't think can get any better than that. But I'm just hoping not for a nat 1, so I'll take that. So that's gonna be a 9 on that wisdom save.
That's a fail.
Yeah. It's not an ability check, that's a save, so it is a 9.
Okay. Roll me a D100.
Yeah. Don't you love that this campaign is all about daddy issues? Okay, let's see. A 0-0 on the D. It's gonna be. I think it's an 8. Right?
You rolled a 0 on a D1?
No. Oh, no, I rolled an 8.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah. I think that's how this works.
Yeah.
I know how dice work. I haven't played D&D for years. It's fine.
Upon looking at your reflection, you are filled with hot, burning rage. That hearth inside you, which is so close to the surface of your skin, that your recent kind of like pulling of it to create and conjure this flame earlier, makes you hot all over, and you are flooded with intense anger. And you are driven by this very strong compulsion to destroy the statue in front of you by any means possible.
I think on the, like, seeing this vision of me that is Wayland, I think I, like, feel that wrath of rage, that instinct go, and that sort of that picture goes, and that first gut instinct is to lash out and, like, smack the reflection. And I think she does it before realizing she's done it.
Yeah, make a unarmed strike attack.
Everyone behind just watching me punch the statue.
That's gonna be 16 to hit the statue.
You hit it. There is this strange metallic clang that rings out and echoes as kind of like the golden like rings on your fist connect with the metal gilding of this statue. It doesn't move. It is solid. But you do come into contact with it. Excuse me while I do a lot of math.
That's why we all get into DMing, right? It's to do math.
The sick thrill of rolling too many dice.
You take 50 points of necrotic damage.
Oh man, that's a nice even number.
2 points of exhaustion and 50 points of...
It's like your fist makes contact with the face of this statue, and this sickening reverberation of the impact, that metallic clang, rings out and it sinks into your bones. You feel your bones vibrating in your body, and they just don't stop. And you feel this black sickness swirling in your stomach, and you see kind of like blackened veins spread up your arm. And you drop to your knees at the impact of this spell as it saps the life and the vitality out of you.
I think I dry heave for a moment, just ugh. And then, do I still see that figure?
You look
At
up
the
and the
end.
figure is gone.
Whew.
Tenant, upon seeing you drop, immediately starts weaving through the statue. He's like, Mom?
Yeah, I think Rodella rolled a 19 on perception, so Rodella's automatically running out of this circle.
As Tennant goes, I'm gonna squeeze his hand, give him bardic inspiration. Just because I'm a void.
What is that?
It's a D10, and if they fail, they get to keep it.
Okay.
But they won't fail, so it's gonna be fine.
Is
Wait,
the
was
light?
it a sleight of hand?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh, I was good at that.
Well,
That's a fail for Tenant.
Well,
And
he gets
is
to
that
keep the D10.
it's
Silver lining.
a 3 for Rodella.
Okay, I'm gonna roll this on here because I'm not doing that again.
Yeah, I think as soon as Rodella saw Reva drop, just immediately started booking it out and wasn't being very careful.
I think similarly, Tenant experiences the same. He takes 39 points of necrotic damage, and you, Rodella, take 49 points of necrotic damage.
I think dry heaving. I also want to check: is the light still flickering off of the hyper-reflective gold statues from the candle?
From the candle? Yeah, the candle is still lit.
I think in between, I think just like Reva sort of retches, sort of like snuff out the candle.
I think with a snap of her fingers, yeah, it's out.
That purple light returns to that eerie, rusty gold.
All right, is that good enough for everyone? Have we all got that out of our systems? We good?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Grab the
Fucking
rest.
children.
Just kind of turn to Ruby and be like, now you know what it's like to be me. I do this all the time.
How the fuck are you not crazy at this point?
I
don't
am
understand.
a little bit.
Right,
let's
okay.
go.
Yeah.
How are you packing up these? Is it you, Ruby, who's packing up these items?
I feel like I'm the most likely to have a bag, so sure. Just with a pair of like leather gloves that she's not touching anything. Just toss it in the sack.
Sure.
Probably not as careful as she should be, but
Okay. You will have to make me a wisdom save as you approach this driftwood fragment.
okay. Cool. I'll make a wisdom save about it, sure.
Can I, as Ruby is packing up, just kind of linger in the area, and I will do counter charm again, just kind of softly humming for a few minutes.
So you can make that with advantage.
Yay! Yippee! Okay, that's a 23.
You are fine. You
Nice.
feel that like cold chill wash over you. All of you in this moment, kind of Tenant, Reva, both on your knees, maybe like 20 feet away from each other. Redella also kind of like bent over with the weight of this like necrotic energy that has just sapped everything it can from you in this moment. The walls around you start to tremble and shake. You have
All right,
10
folks.
minutes.
Oh, fuck! Jess, are you
Great.
kidding me?
I love this.
Okay, alright, everyone picks up the rope with our little segments. I was like, okay, everyone. Let's all fucking you'll remember the bit where I said it's just rock, it can't hurt us? That actually is the one thing that can hurt us. So let's pack it up.
I can teleport us out of here if we want. It takes a minute.
Yeah?
Okay.
Great.
Sure.
Then I think
Do that.
wherever we are, will focus, and I will pull out the scroll of teleportation circle that I've had since Act 1, and I will start casting it.
Hell
Okay.
yeah.
And I think the only... Sorry.
You go. Finish your
I was gonna say, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, the only teleportation circle that I know of on planet is the one in the bunkhouse, in the safe house. So I will do that one.
Okay.
Nadette is just gonna instinctually kind of prepare calm emotions, just to be ready in case anyone freaks out.
Could you three get back here on your own, or do I need to go in after you? To the
Oh,
three
we
who
got
are still amid. Okay.
I think I will, like, hold on to Redella, and I think onto Tenant, and, like, slowly pick my way through. Or
Don't
we will slowly
fucking
pick our
touch
way
me.
through.
Okay.
This entire time, I'm looking over at Redella like, you were right. I was wrong. You were right. I was wrong. My bad.
Redella's looking at you like, I fucking know.
Tenant's not saying anything. They are like eyes downcast to the floor. Kind of zoning out.
Even as I'm like concentrating on casting this, the minute Tenant is in arm's reach of me, I'm just gonna take their hand and squeeze it very, very tightly. I can't do anything else right now because I'm casting this, but okay. We'll get there.
What does it
Do
look
I-
like as you cast this, Rose?
I think that Rose doesn't have like a lot of materials to physically make a circle in this moment, and so I think like honestly is just like I think has taken some of the salt. No, you know what? I think that Rose is gonna just take like a little bit of some of her illusion magic and like create a little like green twisting vine circle on the ground, and as she casts teleportation circle, each of those vines kind of alight with this vivid green magic and form this circle that begins to like give off light that is stronger and stronger the more into the minute she gets. And I think as people are walking up, go, quickly please, I can't hold it for that long. And it's just like holding both of her hands out for her family.
Nadette, really quick, is just gonna rip her shirt off, and throw it down.
How long you been waiting to do that?
Well, listen, if we need something to look at down here, now we know what my shirt looks like, and we can scry down here. Okay, it's very smart, actually. So fuck you.
Right, brilliant. Yeah, you think that the gold statues who haven't seared their way into my brain wouldn't be enough?
Well, it works better if it's something personal. Okay, Sam told me because she's good at magic and stuff.
I think Rose really bites back that's not how scrying works, and just has an internal moment of, they need this, let them have it, it's fine.
Let her take her shirt off.
I'm sure Sam told you to take your shirt off too. It only works if you rip your shirt off.
It's true. I'm sure it was really helpful for Sam.
Okay, as Rose reaches the end of this minute of casting, You will join hands, I assume, around her. And the magic kind of like begins to flood through these vines and take hold. And then you smell that burning sulfur again. And before you, those vines wither and die. And the magic dissipates. You do not move.
Just said you're not beating my 10-minute timer.
Just said put that scroll in the trash can.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. All right, everyone. Plan B. We're gonna just go out the way that we came back in. Everybody, come on, follow the leader. Let's
what
go.
Happened?
Yep.
What happened?
I don't know.
Right now.
We can figure it out when we're in the sunshine again. Let's all fucking go. And we'll start very quickly trying to like lead everybody, follow the leader.
Those of you who haven't yet, you have to make me sleight of hand checks.
Oh, I don't think I have.
Can
I cheat and fly over?
You can, absolutely.
Nice. Okay.
I'm gonna give Rose a bardic really quick.
Well, before you do that, similar question: how like wide or long is the path of these statues? Is it more than what is face step? 30 or 60? I think. Was it more than 30? Because I think it's probably 30.
I think if you're at the center to get to the edge, it's probably hundreds of people. I don't know. It's probably about 60 feet circumference of this circle. So from the center outwards, it's about 30 to get outside of it.
Face step that shit.
Okay, so I will then
Get
use my face step and in a little burst of winter appear at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Was anyone else making a roll? A sleight of hand roll?
Do you want us to make another round?
No, if you've already done one, you don't have to.
Okay.
So Rosie, it was just Rose and Ruby.
I think it was just Rose and Ruby who had to.
Cool.
Yeah, and I cheated as well.
you
So
Excellent. Okay, so you all kind of like, Ruby, you fly over the tops of these things. Rose, you weave out of it. You face step out of it, and the rest of you weave with much more, care this time around these statues.
I think right before we start walking and weaving our way through, I rolled a 20 on perception for Tennant. I think Rodella, who, was holding both Tennant and Riva, had, an arm around Riva, touching Tennant, has, okay, I don't know how to describe this, but, has an instinctual moment where her lay on hands, almost goes to Riva, just on impulse. But I think she takes a look at Tennant, sees the kind of haggard look on his face and the way his eyes were downcast, and she cups his cheek and puts all of her, all the lay on hands that she can muster in that moment on Tennant. And so I think that's about 40.
Okay.
Really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Speed is halved from exhaustion at this stage,
Yeah.
right?
Jesus
So
Christ.
don't worry. Nadette's gonna rip out her elephant pendant as soon as we're clear and smash it, because an elephant has a move speed of 40 feet, and say, "Mom, up now, mother, come on." And is gonna fucking put you on an elephant so you can go faster.
We cannot fit Nadette. That cannot fit.
I will say, an elephant is
gonna
not
get on the
getting out
elevator?
of here.
That's okay. As the faster we can get to where we need to climb, the better.
No, what I'm
So
saying
if
is
it's
the elephant, you fell through a very small hole in the ceiling. The elephant's not getting back out of there.
Damn it.
With all the love in my heart.
I really
gonna-
think that's very funny, but it just wouldn't.
Damn it!
You would collapse the
Okay.
ceiling on yourself if you tried to force an elephant through.
Right. Fuck.
Um,
Okay, then
No, if you have something,
okay.
I have something if you don't.
go ahead, I have to find it.
Okay, I will reach out. I will grab Riva's wrist. I will cast Greater Restoration. Does it take? It's only have speed halved on the second, right? Not on the
Yeah.
first. Then I will just cast it the once.
You have 58 seconds.
Got it. Let's
Fucking
go.
run!
Let's run!
Everybody go!
Go!
God.
So you go back up the way you came.
Yeah.
Make me, all of you, because this is a steep slope that you have to climb back up. So those of you who will be doing this manually, please make me an athletics check about it.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm gonna give a bardic to Tenant.
Thank you.
I'm not.
Climb!
Since-
Climb!
Since I'm not doing this manually, can I give a help action to somebody?
Please, God. I have a 7
was gonna
strength.
try to
I'm on my
help
knees.
Rose because Rose is so squishy.
Thank you.
Tenant.
Better. Thank you so much.
Since I'm out here fucking flying and doing bullshit.
It's a 16 for Rose. Thank you
Fine.
for that advantage. It would have been a 5.
Oh God.
17.
It's a nat 20 for Nadette. Did my bardic is it?
Mine was a 16.
You're fine.
I heard that timer go off.
Mhm.
I'm so scared. Everyone's doing beautiful descriptions, and I'm like, guys, we gotta go.
Tenant rolled on that one.
No, of course he fucking did. Of course he
Which
did.
means I got a -1, which is tragic. What is that bardic?
It's a D10.
And I gave you a d6 as well.
Tenant
Okay.
Crowcolt and climbing anything.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm having war flashbacks. Me, the human guy, is having fucking war flashbacks here.
D10.
And also, just as a note, if I'm not going up if he's not, so I'm also then probably still at the bottom.
Oh my
I'm leaving
God!
I'm not leaving behind! We have trauma!
No, you're right.
look
like. My trauma's in the other direction, though.
I
No,
found
but
one.
It's a D10 with it.
I found one.
You got it.
It's a 6 with both of those.
So 5.
So a 5.
Not in the negatives anymore, though.
No, it's not in the negatives. So Rose, are you saying that you're behind Tenant?
I'm not behind, but I will probably, I'm not letting go of them, so I'm probably partway up this. To the extent that I can hold on to him.
Okay.
And I'm happy to cast something if and when he gets to roll again. So you just let me know.
So, as you guys all kind of clamber up this sheer kind of slope to reach the level above, the ceiling, the walls are cracking and crumbling around you. And as they do, you see these veins of gold revealed in the structure of this room. It's like the roots of a tree are revealed. And all of you make it out of that opening in the ceiling. Tenant and Rose are the last to make it through, and just as Rose kind of steps hand in hand with Tenant, the ceiling collapses and you feel, Rose, your hand jerk backwards as the ground kind of falls out from beneath Tenant's feet and caves in. You will make me another, it will have to be a strength saving throw to keep hold of his hand.
Can I cast something on myself
Yes.
while I do it? Do I have time? I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself for athletics, and I think because I still have a 7 in strength, I'm going to shout over my shoulder, "Help me!" In the hopes that somebody can come, someone who's stronger than me can fucking help.
We're almost there.
I'm going to roll the 10 at D20 because this feels like the right moment for it. Please God. Okay. That is a 13, which is a spooky number, so it should count as a crit, in my personal opinion. But that's just-
I'm gonna give you a bardic, or not a bardic, one of my DM inspirations. I'm giving you my last one, if that's
Thanks.
alright.
I'll take it. Thank you. That is now a 15. Went up. Thank you.
And can we do a help action with our mighty mom powers? With the power of adrenaline and the idea of losing
Indomitable
babies.
tiefling spirit.
Yeah, to reach out an arm as well.
Yeah.
Rose with a 15, it is enough to stay gripping onto their hand, but their hand is the only thing emerging from this earth, and the whole family will need to help you to pull them free.
Yeah.
So let's make a group strength check.
Nadette is going to rage for this.
I'm going to turn into a badger because we've established that they're very good at digging. And I haven't wild shaped in a while.
God, the image of Nadette just like hulking out while Ruby just shrinks is so funny to me, actually.
Is this an
Ruby-
appropriate time to have an elephant?
It's not. No, the hallway is not big enough.
It was worth asking.
I think even though mechanically it's not going to really do much in this moment, I think I'm going to activate my warding bond tattoo with Tenet so that he can feel that, like, even though, like, he can still feel my hand, so he can feel that, like, yeah, I'm here. Do I also need to make a strength check, or is my strength still, like, hanging on?
Your
to
strength
them?
is activating.
Okay.
Moms and Nadette, please make a strength check. I will allow you to make it with advantage as Ruby shifts into a badger and starts to dig up and loosen the earth around their brother.
Cool.
And I have advantage
badgers
because
have bad strength.
I'm raging, so I get double advantage. Or how do we do
Stacked advantage. Yeah.
And it's been a while. How do we do this?
I think it's +2 for 1.
Okay.
I think it's increments of 2.
Okay. So that's a dirty 20, because I have a
Okay.
17 plus 2 plus... Okay, yeah.
Rodella got a
one.
24.
Okay.
And I got an 11 for Reba. But then we
That's
add...
a spirit.
What do we
That's a
add for
If a GM said that to me, I
Rodella's-
think I'd leave. That was crazy, Jess.
That's the spirit tattooed on my collarbone.
Can we make That's the Spirit merch? I'm actually begging. The cameras.
That's
Can
gonna
we
be
do
my
that?
new GM catchphrase. That's a
Yeah.
spirit. So what's your
It's not a
total,
save.
Reba?
Okay, yeah, it's just an 11.
Okay. I would say with Rodella and Nadette's kind of like raging strength, you pull Tennant free, and they're covered in this like dusty earth. It's not like clinging to them in kind of like how, you know, fresh soil would, because there is no moisture down here. Everything has been sapped, blighted even. He's just covered in this fine powder of dust, and he kind of like is yanked free. I can't speak today. No one make a counter on the amount of times I lisp in this episode. I don't know what's happening. He lands on his hands and knees and just stays there, kind of like shoulders heaving.
I think Rose, like, instantly just sort of, like, every inch of him that is, like, revealed from this rubble just, like, takes him in her arms, and I think is just, like, repeating, I've got you, I have you, I've got you, just, like, over and over, like, white knuckle holding on to him.
How did I roll 2 1s in a row? It's fine.
Stop it!
With great difficulty.
That's my husband.
That's on my 10 dice as well!
Oh.
Your DM dice are rolling. I don't know. It's the influence of the DM juju.
Ruby, what were you saying?
Is the cat? Is it still shaking? Or do we feel like this was the worst of it? Okay. Okay. Cool.
The lower chamber beneath you crumbles.
Okay.
You do feel the earth soften and shift beneath your feet. It is quite fragile and unstable, but the walls up here are much thicker and solid, and there is no more cracking or shifting.
We should probably move anyway.
Yeah. I think finally Tennant raises his head and wipes his face, and there are just tear tracks in the dust. And he smears his face and it comes away red with dust. He just wipes it on his trousers, which are just filthy as well, and he just can't get clean, and frantically he keeps trying to like scrub himself, and again he's just like starts basically like flailing and like trying to wipe this grit off of him.
I will reach out and like take his face in my hands and like smooth my thumbs along his cheeks, and I will cast Prestidigitation as I do so, and I will just sort of like magically start trying to very gently wipe some of this grime away.
kind of like falls off him in this little like cascade of dust.
Yeah.
And his hands frozen in the air, kind of like a trembling, kind of like rest back on the temples of your face, and he drops his forehead to you.
Yeah.
And he just stays there.
I have you. It's okay.
Can we go?
Yeah. Can you walk?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And I will just reach in, I think, and just press a kiss to like the arch of his nose. And I think Rose will take the second that she needs as well, knowing that he can probably also benefit from having a minute, and then we'll just... Okay. You ready?
Yeah, what are we waiting for?
We're down immediately under his arm, lifting him up.
He clings to you. Where are you going?
Well, there's forward and there's backward. That's the question I was thinking about as well. Jess, can I go into my mind palace from when we saw these plans earlier today and try to figure out from where I think we are? Is it faster to go out the way we came or to see where this spits us out on the other end?
To reach the surface, it would absolutely be faster to use the elevator that you came down in.
Right. Okay, cool. Kind of takes one look around. I'm not done with you yet. But for now, we should just go out the way we came. Cool. Right, let's go.
You walk back to the elevator. I'm gonna say Rosa Tennant will not make this check. Radella, I think you are focused on these two. Everyone else, make me a perception check as you kind of try and help your family members back into this elevator.
Nat 20.
Yo! I got a 24.
And honestly, if it's okay with you, I think I would rather auto-fail this. Because I think Riva's distracted.
Sure. Siblings bringing up the rear, Nadette. As you climb into the elevator shaft, something glints below you, below the floor of the elevator cage. And it glints in a way that is different. You know, you're in this rusted metal cage. It glints in a way completely, entirely different to the metallic, like, gilding, that brilliant sheen that you saw before. And you can catch the outline of an object. This is the lowest floor in the elevator. In the mines, sorry. But kind of in the hollowed out tunnel that kind of like holds this cage in, there is something at the bottom. Ruby, a split second after Nadette, you see this too.
Ruby, you...
Yeah?
Think you could lie down?
I bet I could get it, yeah. Does it look like there's a way for me to, like, get under there? Reach? Like, how far under?
You could probably, like, lay flat on your belly on the floor and kind of, like, snake one of your arms down and try and kind of, like, grab it with the fingertips.
Yeah. I'll give it a go.
Underneath the bed.
Yeah. For sure. I'll try. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, make just like a
Reach
flat...
under the bed.
like a
just reach with an arm where the demons can
a dex
get you.
check for me.
A dex check? Yeah, I could do a dex check. Yeah,
While Ruby's doing that, Nadette is just gonna very carefully just, like, have a hand on, like, Ruby's ankle in case you need to, like, yank Ruby out of there.
No, that's valid. That's a 19 on the die. Plus, if it's just a check, that's plus 4. So,
yeah,
23.
Feeling your way blind, you kind of like your hand pats around in the dirt.
Just don't bite me. Don't bite me. Whatever's down there, don't bite me, please.
and your fingertips brush something solid and kind of like find purchase. You feel a combination of like smooth metallic and kind of like something leather, and you pull it free and you kind of like wrench your arm free from the kind of narrow gap between the edge of the elevator and the earth that it's encased in.
I think that Ruby does one of those, like, as she's, starting to reach, when she grabs onto it, does a, oh no, ah, ah, ah!
What? Oh my god!
We'll pull it free.
Oh, fuck you.
You pull free a gun.
Tennant, did you drop this?
Tennant has sunk to the elevator floor and just has their heads in their hand. What?
Kind of will like look them over, seeing that they presumably that they have their weapons. Also, no, okay. So like, just a gun, just like a loose gun.
The gun doesn't look like anything you've ever seen Tennant with before.
This one's kind of nice.
It is. Nadette, you kind of inspect it. It is a sleek ebony pistol, and it's adorned with these intricate golden inlays that shimmer with this like that brilliant reflection that you recognize in the gold around you. And the handle is wrapped in this dark, worn leather. And the barrel of this gun is engraved with these completely foreign to you arcane runes that glow faintly.
Somebody threw away a perfectly good gun.
Can I make
There's nothing wrong with it. And I don't know what it is.
To see if this is, like, if I can tell when it's from, if I recognize it in any capacity.
Sure.
I deal with antiques. I've probably dealt with weapons and our antiques.
I think as you guys are looking at this stuff, Rodella literally like grabs the two of you by like the scruff of your necks, pulls you onto the elevator, and just slams it on, and we start going up.
Oh, it's a 21. Tell me what it is, Jess.
It's fucking old, is what it is. It's very, as someone who deals with antiques, and I assume has been dealing with a number of like antique weapons, you don't recognize like the hallmarks of like a particular century. Like it looks old as fuck, but in a way that is just like purely ancient rather than something you can pinpoint.
It's old, from what I can tell. Like really, really old. Perhaps.
Well,
Pre.
well, that's fucking weird, and we'll throw the switch on the elevator so that they start heading up.
The elevator rattles and groans and gives this great shriek of metal and grinding gears and begins to climb upwards as these chains start pulling you up. Can you tell me where you are stopping this elevator? Are you stopping at the same floor that you came in on, or are you continuing to the top?
I mean, if we can take it all the way to the top, I feel like that would be faster. I also feel like that will then not have to make Rose and Tennant go back up the cliff that we came down to get here. Also, yeah. I just really want to see what else is here. So we'll just take it to the top, past the floor that we stopped on, and just keep going.
You can very much take it to the top. It takes a minute for it to climb that far. Probably 8, 9, almost even 10 minutes, if we're being honest. It's a long journey. If you want to have any conversations, do any sort of checks, let me know.
So I feel like once we clear this place out, it's actually going to be pretty great. I mean, it's a huge advantage to have right under the house.
We could have a nightclub down here.
That's not remotely what.
Oh, why? What were you thinking?
I mean, I was thinking like a tactical advantage, like for smuggling or like emergency exits in case of, the house getting attacked by a giant bird purposes. But,
See, I think
mostly the smuggling.
Tourism.
tourism. Oh, how are we gonna encourage that? We don't have a fucking newspaper.
I also think we should reopen the newspaper. I mean,
Why the fuck would we want anyone reporting on our activities?
Because then
We don't want the media. Why would
activities?
Right, why would we want them looking at us, though? I mean, the whole point is doing things like under the cover of darkness and fucking, you just like, I'll kill you if you tell anyone. You know how many people I've had to tell I'll kill you if you tell anyone?
Yeah, like,
and
so
you want to go tell people?
No, because we're going to tell them the wrong things. We're not going to televise what we are going to do. We're going to be like, oh,
right.
Family gave up crime. Nothing to see here.
Is that like one of your things? You do like the little magic tricks, like misdirection. Is that what it is?
Yeah, but like large scale in print.
Right. Sure.
Mm.
Sure. We just got to find a couple crooked journalists.
Easy.
I think while this is going on, Rodella is standing kind of like next to Tennant with her legs, where Tennant can kind of lean against, and she's just been running her fingers through his hair, almost like in a self-soothing way, just like reassuring herself over and over again that he's there, and just kind of, doing that over and over again, and she keeps looking over at Riva.
Tennant's tail has wrapped around your ankle.
I think Riva has her eyes closed and is sitting down and is like sort of rubbing away the ghosts of pain like on the arm that she just like got wrecked, right?
Yeah, there are
like,
bruises
really
blooming across your knuckles. Your rings have left these like purple imprints where they sit on your fingers with the force of that blow.
And I think like Riva's probably like been taking off the rings just so like blood can flow back into like her fingers and things like that. She's got her eyes closed and is like breathing in and out in a slow, sort of rhythmic, measured way. She does not look at you, Rodella.
At some point during this long ride up, where I think that I have correct me if I'm wrong, Mara. I feel like Ruby and Nadette are just chatting because it feels like nobody wants to say anything, but also the silence might be scarier. So we're filling it with pointless fucking chatter and ridiculous. Okay, cool. But at some point when there's like a little lull, we'll kind of just like reach over to Riva cradling this injury and just hold a hand out.
I think Riva like stops rubbing like the hand, sets it down and flexes it, and like sort of like reaches up for a moment.
We'll kind of take it and just cast Cure Wounds to kind of at least get rid of some of the bruising. And it's one of those things where it's like when someone's like trying to help you like pop something back into place where like it hurts worse for a second before it gets better. We've got punching bags in the gym, right?
I think your sister's idea is better than yours. We should turn this into a nightclub.
A nightclub? Seriously? All the fucking gold we've put into security over the years, and you just want to let in a bunch of drunk people?
Oh, I'm level.
I feel like as this conversation kicks up again, Rose like makes eye contact with Rodella and gives you a look that is reserved only for like the early days of baby number 3 when the twins were being really loud and Rose hadn't slept, and just that like harrowed, horrified look of like, it's never going to be quiet again. I'm never going to know what quiet is again. This is the life that I'm in now. And just...
Rodella catches your eye, and just the complete understanding of two very tired mothers.
Yeah.
And just keeps stroking Tennant's hair.
Finally, this elevator judders to a halt. and you can wrench open the kind of like grate of the door, and you stand in a very small, cramped box room with another plain wooden door in front of you.
Nadette, you want to kick it? It's probably
I mean,
boarded
I was
up.
gonna just try and open it first, like a fucking normal person, but...
Well, sorry, I was just trying to I figured it's probably boarded up or something on the other side, so... But yeah, you do you. I'm gonna tell you how to do doors.
I'll turn the handle first.
Like butter, it turns and the door opens.
Just turn and give Ruby a look.
Alright, but how cool would you have felt if you kicked it open, though?
Kicked open an unlocked, easily openable door.
And no one else needed to know that.
Tennant pushes past you both and walks through. You will find yourself in a chamber that you recognize. There are 2 more doors either side of you. Nadette, this is where you infiltrated and found Sam when she was kidnapped. These are the lower tunnels where you had that huge fight with Wallow a year ago.
I think upon recognizing it, all of the joviality just falls away from Nadette for a minute. We should keep moving.
Now we're in this old space. Could we do a quick, like... I'm trying to figure out, like... After the event, those events... Like, do we see any signs of recent movement or recent sort of, like... I don't know what the right word is, but like shenanigans. Do we see evidence that the space has been, like... used, or people have been in this space since we've last been here, or last investigated this space?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
God damn it.
Can I also, after everybody leaves or comes through this door, can I take 1 minute to just alarm it? Cool. Just in case.
That's not a good investigation, because I think I'm still rolling with a disadvantage, so that's going to be an 8.
I got a 9.
Nice. Feel better.
I
Or
think
worse, actually.
that's the spirit. Riva and Radella, having just experienced this secondhand trauma of being trapped in an underground cavern yet again, that spike of fear at the idea of losing your son, rather than being able to clear your mind and investigate your surroundings as you usually do with such mechanical precision, you're just filled with images and sounds and smells of the battle that you fought here. Riva, you remember being pulled into that ruby, the disconcerting vision that you swam through and eventually returned from, hand in hand with who you thought at the time was your mother. Rodella, you remember people dropping around you, these horrible, like, basilisk-like creatures kind of tearing through Ruby, the fear that filled the air, and they echo and reverberate through these tunnels, these ghosts.
Yeah. Keep walking.
Which direction do you go? Because you can go up through that tree trunk that you came down through, or you can go further ahead the way that Riva came through, which was through the crypt.
I think whichever way doesn't require climbing. Even
That
if it
would
is.
be
the scenic route. Yeah.
I think the temptation to go through to the room where the ritual and all this is there, but I think understanding that Rose and Tennant need to be in the sun now.
Yeah.
I think Rodella turns and starts heading up towards the tree.
I think Ruby will catch Rodella's eye a little bit and just be like, yeah, I'm coming back. I don't know about you. I'm coming back. We could go look later.
I think that as they kind of reach the tree, Rose will like pause for a second and turn to everyone and just say, if you guys want to keep going, you can. We're gonna go up, but I don't want you to feel like you can't keep exploring if you want to, so.
I think we have explored enough for now.
Okay.
I think we have a lot to look at. And I would like if we stay together.
Yeah. Right, then let's go, because I want to get the fuck out of here.
Up we go.
You climb this kind of like stone inlaid staircase that twists upwards in this spiral, and you reach the kind of like knotted like opening in this hollow tree, and you kind of like squeeze your way out of it, and you are in the forest to the rear of the Crowcolt estate.
I think perhaps everyone go rest for a little bit and reconvene later.
Halfway through that sentence, Tennant, kind of still brushing invisible now dirt from his palms, has just begun walking off.
I am following after, but as I'm kind of trailing behind, I'll just say, if anyone needs anything, just call me, let me know. But, yeah. And I'm going to.
And I think in juxtaposition, I think Reva lingers. And like, I think maybe like looking downwards, like imagines she sees like the fuzzy sort of outline of curled horns.
Right. Hit the showers, reconvene in like an hour or two. Sound good?
Why am I stinky?
We're all covered in dust, dirt, and yeah.
That's kind of your
Kind of just
default
like
state,
sticks
so
to
I
you.
didn't expect it from you, so.
Well, I mean, I'm not bothered by it. I'm probably gonna just go do a lap around outside, but you can, yeah.
Alright.
It's just dirt, but you guys all seem caught up with it, so, you know.
Okay.
Tweety, I thought we outgrew this phase of your life.
It's just dirt. It doesn't hurt you.
Gonna. Well, if you don't want to shower and hang out, come on over to my place. Sam's got treats, probably. Hungry.
I think Ruby has like a very like there's almost like a where's the trap look on her face. But we'll like consider it for a long second and go, yeah, sure. Can
She's
hang
over
out.
the kids, but I'm sure when Rose and Tennant get back, she'll come back and can reveal where she's hid the snacks.
Sure.
She does hide them from me sometimes, because sometimes she means to bring them to work and eat them all, and then she doesn't. She has to put the batch it.
Damn, you're a shit girlfriend, huh?
I know, I'm the worst. Come on.
Right.
And as our family split into the directions to kind of process and understand the findings of the depths below, that is where we're going to take our break. Come back in 15 minutes for the rest of today's story. Bye! Welcome back, everybody. Let's find our family again. Last we saw them, I believe we were in the process of splitting up. Tennant has walked off in the direction of the Crowcolt estate, Rose falling behind them. The rest of you, what are you doing?
I am going to shower and put on new makeup.
The shirt, I'd hope.
Oh yeah, I don't have a shirt on. Also a shirt. I
Okay.
forgot.
At your home? Okay, so Nadette's going back home. Ruby.
I'm gonna just follow Nadette.
Okay. And Moms.
I think, honestly, Reba looks over at Rodella. There's some like exhaustion in her eyes, and she's just like, I need a bath.
Alright. I think Rodella kind of like subtly grips your elbow, giving you, the support without the the obviousness, and then you keep a little bit of your dignity as you walk back to the estate.
Okay. We're gonna follow Rose and Tennant first. Tennant's striding ahead, kind of back through the woods. Like, I don't think you get the impression, Rose, that they're trying to outrun you. I think with your knowledge of Tennant, you know exactly where they're heading, and it's the workshop. So, do you try and catch up to them? What do you do?
Yeah, would I have to like sprint to catch up?
You would have to kind of like jog a little bit.
Okay. I think I will just I will pick up my pace, but I'm not gonna like run after them. I just want to be like close enough that he knows that I'm there. But I just did a lot of stuff, and I don't really have the energy to run, I don't think.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Tennant heads towards their workshop, and I think you probably catch up to them just as kind of they disappear inside, and the door is kind of like just about to swing closed behind them. You kind of catch it with the flat of your hand.
Hey.
They don't really respond to you. They're just kind of like, they start shuffling around, and you see them from one of the kind of like side tables. They pull the kind of like the remnants of that radio that exploded earlier that morning, and they kind of like set them very carefully down on the central workbench, and kind of like sit down on a stool, like one leg pulled up almost to their chin, and start pulling like different tools out of drawers and kind of laying the parts out with this very clean, like methodical precision.
Can I, when they were walking and also kind of now, make an insight check? One, I'm trying to figure out if they're injured, like in the way that he's walking. Do they, I mean, obviously he just got buried, so it's not inconceivable, but, and can I also just like, can I just get a tenant vibe check, basically, overall?
Yeah, roll an
Cool.
advantage, because that's your husband.
Thanks. That's my husband. Oh my god, that's okay, it's advantage, it's fine. Yeah, that's a 24.
With the 24, I think you can see the leg that they have propped up, kind of like they were just... Tennant has been trained to cover their injuries,
Right.
and it's only from very many years of knowing them that you can spot it. So there was just... They hold themselves differently when they walk with a limp that they are disguising, and you can tell that they've probably like twisted the ankle on this leg that they have propped up, and they've kind of subconsciously propped it up just to kind of like bear the weight off of it. And otherwise no visible injuries, but in terms of like vibe check, very, very almost kind of like catatonic in their focus and their numbness.
Yeah, I think Rose will step inside and like shut and lock the door behind her. And then like very slowly, almost as if like, Rose has caught far too many animals out and brought them in the house. But I think that like that is kind of the like the energy that she's approaching with, in like being very careful and light with each step, like no sudden movements, nothing like that. I think we'll just walk up to them and go to like touch him and then fall just short, as if like asking for permission to just lay a hand on him.
They haven't really given you any indication that they're, like, aware of your presence, but you know logically that they would be.
Yeah.
But they don't make any sort of, like, movement. They don't flinch. The only kind of, like, real movement you see is in their hands as they start to pick up pieces of this radio and pick up tools. These tools, like, almost, like, clang together. Their hands are shaking so hard.
I think I will just very, very gently, like, graze my fingers along his shoulder, and I'm gonna cast, I'm gonna overkill it a little bit. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 4th level. Just to, like, any injuries that I've seen and any that I haven't, just to try to soothe them a little bit. And then if there's still kind of no acknowledgement or reaction, I think Rose has a chair in here, and I think we'll just kind of curl up in her chair, let him do what he needs to do, process what they need to, and, like, doesn't, like, pull out a book or anything, but I think just kind of sits and waits for whatever he needs, or, like, any sign of anything.
Yeah. I think a little while passes, probably 5 or 10 minutes with you curled up in this chair.
Mm.
And they're silent. You're brought back to that day that Ward, who you thought at the time was Lawrence, showed up in your house, and the way that Tennant reacted, and how for the entire day almost their eyes were just dimly lit. There was no real, like, fire behind them, and in this moment I think you see an echo of that on their face.
Yeah.
There's not the same light or shadow kind of cast on the panes of their features, and it makes them look much harsher and harder than you're used to looking. And it's not because of the expression that they've, like, set. It's just the eyes are not glowing the same anymore. And I think after about 10 minutes, and you every so often you kind of hear, like, a clang or, like, a tool being dropped. There's clatter as he kind of, like, drops the pieces that he's holding and just fuck.
I think that Rose almost, like, hesitates for half a second, and I think at the clang probably, like, fully, like, violently jumps. I think a lot of these, like, moments that have passed, Rose has, like, just kind of been replaying everything that just happened, and sort of not intentionally, like, overlaying it with the memories from the ant farm that had similarity, like the elevator and the room with all the statues, and just, like, all of these places where it was, like, almost some sick echo of the things that they went through. And I think, like, jumps very violently and is jerked out of this at the clang. And we'll just kind of, like, look at him for a long moment, and just, like, I think Rose, I imagine the chair is, like, not super far. I think we'll just sort of, like, rest her knees on her elbows and lean forward a little bit, and, like, not expectantly, but, like, extend a hand if he wants it. But doesn't, like, push or pry in this moment.
I think his kind of, like, he's, like, buried the backs of his hands in his eye sockets, and his hands just will not stop shaking, and he keeps clenching them and unclenching them, trying to, like, contract and retract the tension out of them, and it just won't work. And then finally kind of, like, lifts his head and spots your outstretched hand and just reaches for it. And he takes your hand, and after a beat, that hand stops shaking. And he kind of...
I think Rose will, kind of, like, seeing an acknowledgement kind of that she's here, will move just to kneel on her knees, like, next to him, and will, like, take the hand that he's offered and the other one, and, like, not hold them, but just start, like, rubbing them between her palms and, like, massaging the muscles and the tendons and trying to work out, like, any pain there, any strain there, and just sort of silently be with him.
just watches you and allows it to happen. The radio is broken.
Yeah, I think so.
No, I mean, it's broken. It shouldn't have worked in the first place.
Oh. And I think we'll, like, give a very quick, like, cursory glance to it, just to sort of, like, acknowledge what he's saying before, like, looking back up at them and just... That's odd.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll take care of it. Don't worry, I'll fix it.
I think he misses the joke in your voice for a second. It kind of like looks up at you and brows knit together. And then after like just a second too long, kind of like their expression clears and they're like, right.
I think, like, Rose is trying so hard to keep her expression, like, light, and I think in this moment of silence is where it begins to crack, like, just a little bit. And, like, I think Rose can feel, like, the beginnings of a sob building in her chest, but is trying really, really hard to, like, keep it down. And I think as her expression becomes a little bit more strained, she, like, drops her attention back to his hands and just kind of keeps... And I think we'll actually use, like, prestidigitation to, like, warm her palms as well, just to try and, like, banish any bit of cold that is left there, any bit of dust.
I think very gently he like gives an experimental like tug on your hands to kind of like tug you to standing.
She'll stand.
And I think
But I think head
arms,
remains like bowed a little bit.
the arms wrap around you and kind of like pull you closer, so you're kind of like straddling their lap and kind of like pulls you down to kind of like hold you chest to chest.
Yeah. And I think as Rose like looks at Tennant, like the first of the tears kind of spills over. And I think she like gets a little bit pink, almost like frustrated and embarrassed at herself for like not being able to keep it away in this moment.
Yeah. Tennant doesn't cry, there's no emotion on their face, but you see the recognition at watching your own tears fall, and he just kind of like absently like catches one on a finger and wipes it away.
I think Rose will like put her forehead against his in a very like defeated kind of like at herself way, and just, what kind of a mess, aren't we?
Or at least we're consistent.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. Keeps things interesting, I guess.
Yeah.
Does anything hurt? Are you injured? Anyway.
No.
Are you sure?
I'm fine.
Okay, good. Good.
I don't know what to say, Rose.
Yeah. What can be said, really? And I think, like, there's a little bit of, like, a hiccup of a sob at the end of it, as she just, like, can't quite keep the cork in it anymore. It's fine. Oh, fine, everything's fine. So, there's nothing to be said. The radio's broken, so that's very interesting.
I'm not fine.
Yeah. I don't think I've been fine for a while. So.
At least we're consistent.
And I think, like, as the rest of the tears start, like, pouring out, just, like, laughs in this very humorless way. And then I think we'll, like, just kind of bury her face in the crook of his neck and just, like, weep.
Yeah. He just holds you. Slow, methodical, kind of like passes over your spine. And I think at one point They kind of like, with you cradled against their chest, they kind of like shift their position on this stool and just allow you to kind of like sit there tucked against him and continue to kind of like work around you.
Yeah.
The hands now a little bit more steady.
Yeah. I think even when Rose stops crying, she just stays there. Just like reminding, like feeling, I think, the warmth in his skin and just like reminding herself over and over and like trying to banish that image of just his hand sticking out of the rubble, that like they're okay. And she has him and they're okay and she has him, just like over and over and over.
Nadette and Ruby.
Gonna just open the door of the cottage and like, make yourself comfortable. I'm just gonna rinse off. Go to the bathroom. I think it is a really quick shower. Reapplies makeup with magic really quickly. Takes one of Rose's accidentally borrowed claw clips and like puts their hair up and get ready. I think remembering the events of the morning and of the family seeing Bernadette and hearing Bernadette's voice is going to be very deliberately still looking not quite like herself, as they're the spitting image of their past aunt. So it's just put together, trying not to look quite like themselves. And they'll head downstairs in like jeans and a t-shirt.
Yeah. Ruby, with zero consideration for your couch, has sat her covered in dirt ass down, and I think like waited to hear like the water start, and then goes into her pocket and pulls out that little shard of the mirror again. It's just gonna look. Jess, what is it? Is it still weird?
You see the same thing.
Yeah. And I think like now that she's out of like crisis management mode, just like takes a minute to really look at these like two halves of her face and is like very methodically like turning so you can just see the one side, turning so you can just see the other, and trying to like puzzle out which one of them is more her. But I don't think that she's able to come to any kind of conclusion, and I think that she's like so lost in this that she's still doing this when Nadette comes downstairs.
Before Nadette does so, as you're kind of like moving this shard of glass back and forth, looking at your reflection, you suddenly catch this brilliant beam of golden light behind you. And you hear a little giggle.
Haunted child giggle? Oh god.
It's a giggle you recognize.
That could be a lot of people.
Do you turn around?
I mean, I think at first she does the same thing that she did down in the caves, which is like just stay still and try to look. But if she isn't able to like make out any feature thing, I think that she'll turn.
You turn and you see a little head of like golden hair duck behind a wall, the entrance to the living room.
Who? Okay. Oh Jesus Christ! It scared the fuck out. I was like, okay, which one of the ghosts of one of us in our fucking past? No, it's the living human child. Oh god. Okay. I think, you know, a very sly smile kind of takes over her face, and she'll kind of like stage whisper, "Is someone there?" That's so strange. I could have swore I heard something.
No, nobody here.
Right. Where'd you say she hid? Is she like on the back of the couch or something? Like,
She's just the corner of the wall of like the back of the living room, where you're kind of like so from the hallway.
yeah. I think we'll get up and starts taking some like exaggerated steps as she like kind of circles the living room, just like, you know, borderline dinosaur steps. Wow, you know, that's so strange and unusual. 'Cause usually when the empty air a question, it doesn't answer back. And we'll kind of dart around the corner and like grab her and like put her under one arm.
No! It's cheating.
Cheating?
You're not
How am
meant
I
to find
cheating?
me yet.
Right. Okay. Well, next time, you know, don't just you can't give away your position that easy. If you think you've been spotted, the best thing to do is just stay still.
Well, that's why I put on the voice so you wouldn't know it was me.
And that was very clever for a minute. I didn't.
Thank you.
Just, you know, things to think about. Always improvements to be made. But,
You hear the front door close and Sam's voice go, Aspen! And then you hear Elwyn's voice go, she really is just very full of herself and she just walks ahead sometimes.
I will kind of, I think, like, ducking back around the corner, I will put Aspen down and, like, get down on my knees, like, face level with her. Right. You ever heard of something called misdirection?
Yes, a boy band.
Not quite.
Okay.
I draw their attention, and you get the drop on them.
Okay. Yes.
Right. Good luck. And then we'll kind of step out from around the corner, and just like nod to Sam, you know, wave to Elwyn.
Oh gosh. Hi! I didn't know you were here.
Hi, yeah, sorry, Nazette's she's upstairs taking a shower, but I just thought we'd pop by for a bit.
Did Aspen come through?
No. I have absolutely no idea where she is.
Why are you nodding your head? Elwyn.
Snitch! You've raised a little snitch! Oh no, just I had a crick in my neck. It's fine.
Are you alright?
I'm perfectly fine, don't worry about me.
You should put lavender oil on it.
Thank you. I will keep that in mind.
Sam kind of like blinks down, gives you an exchanged look of, what kids did these people raise? Okay, well, I'm going to go into the kitchen to look for, Aspen.
Right, the kitchen.
Yes.
Loudly.
You hear of like little feet.
Right.
Yeah, and you just, I'll get us some snacks, shall I? Okay. She kind of like drifts off. Ellen kind of like stands there with her arms folded, like kind of like giving you a little bit of a scrutinizing look.
God, you look just like your mother. That's spooky.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But what about you? What have you been up to today?
Oh, well, I built some I'm trying to think of fancy Lego. I built some flowers out of the Grego blocks. So I made a peony for Mom, and I made a lily for Dad, and Aspen kept hiding the pieces, so like I couldn't finish them, but it's okay because I found them. And halfway through this babble, you hear Sam's voice from the kitchen go, Aspen, where did you get a knife from?
Okay. Oh wait, actually, that wouldn't be one of mine.
And Ellen just goes, "We should probably go sort that out."
I should
And this
probably go
trots
sort that out.
past
You
you.
should probably not. Oh, okay, yeah, right. Jesus. Anybody in this family learn how to be a fucking kid?
It's about this time that you can come downstairs. And yeah, your wife and your two nieces are there. Your wife is currently in the kitchen with her hands up, and Aspen is kind of like in this very Ruby-esque like stance with like a little kitchen knife going, "Hiya!
Hey! What's that?
I got the jump on them!"
Is that the
Just
proper
like
tool
you
for the
said.
job? That's a kitchen knife. That's not going to do anything. Put that down. God. Here, you get to practice one until you're ready.
I don't have a bigger one.
You don't need a bigger one. It's not... Swallows the comment.
Comes into the kitchen like, all right. Can you two go outside? Would you, please?
Fine.
What?
Drops the
What's
knife
that
in the
face
clatter.
about? Come here. What's that about?
Nothing.
Ruby, what did you do?
I've been here for like 5 minutes. What could I have done?
Is it Ruby's fault? You can tell me if it's...
Oh my god.
No.
Alright. How about we find where Sam has hidden some snacks, and then you can go outside and play in them.
Okay, fine. I do know where the snacks are already, though. She goes to the exact cupboard that Sam hides the snacks, and Sam goes, oh, okay.
Kind of looks at Sam like, oh, you gotta find a new hiding spot. I know where they are now. I'm gonna go in.
Both Elwyn and Aspen kind of like emerge from the cupboard with like stacks of Tupperwares up to their chin, just full of like leftover baked goods. And everyone goes, "Thank you very much. See you later."
I think Ruby's gonna like, while they're doing that, will kind of stick her head out into the garden really quickly and come back with 2 like little like sticks, and she's taken like a little piece of like leather twine to kind of form it into like a little like hilt on it and like a little like practice dagger for Aspen, and then will in the other hand druid craft like the like flower arrangement that Elwyn had been telling her about that she had done with the Gregos, and just kind of hand them off. All right, that should keep you occupied.
Elwyn like takes it and kind of like looks up at you and goes,
"Yeah."
Kisses you on the cheek.
All right, yeah, get out of here before I change my mind.
Like hits her off with a giggle. Sam, everything okay? You look. I kind of looks at Ruby up and down. Been anywhere? Dusty. Okay.
You want to
no,
tell her, or-
it suits you. Oh. Not like suits you as in like you're like suited to being grimy, but like, you know, like it doesn't look like you're very
No, it's alright. I am. It's fine. We can.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
cool.
How? We'll just kind of like tap Sam's shoulder and like kind of give a brief, less harrowing detail of what happened. Like, it's like, yeah, and it was really weird, and we all kind of saw some stuff, but everyone's fine, and there was a cave-in, but we got out. I just like, don't worry, everything turned out pretty much okay, but here's what happened. Kind of over.
I think over Sam's shoulder, there are a lot of moments where Ruby goes to like open her mouth to like really annoyingly correct or add like a detail where Nadette's missed it, and then just nope.
Well, okay. I'm glad you're okay. That's wild.
Yeah, right? I said we should open a nightclub down there.
And I said that was a
Ooh.
terrible idea.
I know.
Why does everyone's ganging up on me?
Look,
It would
I
be
have to support, you know, my
Yeah.
No, it's you, it's Mum, it's God, everyone. fucking nightclub.
Well, have you considered maybe as the, as the minority here, maybe you're wrong.
Yeah.
Sorry, was that too much?
No, that was.
Everyone's allowed their opinion, but I'm just saying, if you're outvoted, maybe you're wrong.
No, I mean everyone. There is such a thing as a wrong opinion in this family, but no, you got a point. I could be possibly. I'll think about it.
It gives Annette a little wink.
That's just like eating pastries out of a Tupperware.
Oh, give me
She's
one
right.
of those.
Yeah, right.
Well, I only really popped here to kind of like refuel the children who kind of like ate everything in the other house, and so, but they seem to have managed
Like
that by
locusts.
themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, less. I would. Sure. Yeah. Hungry little things. Anyway, I'm sure. Do you need to get on with something, or are you done for the day?
Actually, I have a favor to ask you, and if you are too tired or you can't do it right now, that's totally fine. But it's gonna kind of pull the gun out of like the back waistband.
Oh, lovely.
I should have checked if this was loaded. Can you tell what this is?
A gun.
Kind of. Thank you.
Fell off the back of a truck.
It's,
Did it?
No, it was in the spooky cabin.
Okay. God.
Um,
I'm
it's
still
old-
looking you out. Sarcasm.
Viola.
You keep working on it.
Okay.
It's old. That's about all I can tell. I was wondering if you could do your super cool magic. Figure out a bit more.
Oh,
about
okay,
it.
cool. Yes, the super cool magic I probably just really learned. I can try. Yeah. I
No,
can try.
that's yeah. Just no worries
it a go.
if there's nothing.
No wrong
like-
opinions.
Is it loaded?
I don't
Let me
know.
check, and we'll go. I'll check to see if the guns. Is it loaded? I hope not.
It is?
Oh, are they
those out.
regular bullets or weird bullets?
They are golden bullets.
Oh, that's weird. Okay. I think like not wanting to mess with them at all, we'll kind of just close it again. Is there a safety on this thing?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know. It's an old gun. I'm not sure. But we'll turn the safety on and then hand it back over.
Okay. So this is not one of tenants.
No,
No, this is way nicer.
even older than my mum, probably.
Okay. Kind of sit down at the kitchen table and kind of like lay it out. And we'll spend a minute kind of like just like gently rest her fingertips on top of it and kind of like close her eyes. And her kind of a little line appears on her forehead. You're right, it is old. Definitely quite magical. Not like, I don't know what sort of magic. Kind of like the coin earlier that I looked at for you. I couldn't tell what sort of magic that was either. I don't know. It feels like this thing has like it's a very nice gun. I don't know if it was necessarily designed to be a gun. Maybe just a really nice paperweight.
Not designed to be a like it's not supposed to. I mean, it's got bullets.
Sure, no, I'm sure it would work quite fine as a gun. I just,
You think it was something else first and was remade, or it's
Maybe.
not quite, or
maybe,
okay.
or it has another. It's the properties thing. I'm not good at identifying yet. So maybe, one of its like magical properties is that it can do multiple things. I don't know. I'm sorry.
Oh. Okay, no, that's fine.
It's more than we had before.
Yeah. I will hold on to it. In time then.
You want to put it in the sack of cursed shit?
I feel like we should try and keep the curse shit separate in case that, they interact with each other somehow.
Do you have a snack of custard?
I think Ruby kicks her backpack that's just on the floor next to her.
Ooh. She kind of like gets a little bit of a shiver. Oh, yeah, that's horrible. Okay.
Yeah,
Open that,
pretty
please.
awful.
Cool. Okay.
How was your day? I didn't even ask. Oh my god, I'm the worst. How are you?
Fine. I'm so good at Gregos, Nadette. Like, oh my god.
Believe it.
I can just see them come together in front of me. I got like really into it, and then Ellen got quite upset with me because I built one before, letting her finish it, and so we had to take it apart again. And then Aspen hit a piece, and the dog did eat. I half buried a pillow, and then I unburied it because you told me I didn't have to go that far, which is yeah. I should have guessed that one.
You should have set it on fire. Really destroy all the evidence.
No.
If you bury it, you can still track it.
Okay.
I mean,
next
that
time
is
I'll
true,
remember
but
that.
no,
Yeah.
we don't need to set any couches on fire.
Okay.
I'm sure the kids have like one of those like Grego books that shows you all the different ones. If you just want to like circle the ones you want, next time I'm out, maybe, and we could put up a shelf for all the ones you finish. I'll have Tennant put up a shelf. I could, but like
That's fine. We can watch him. Be fine.
Yeah.
Like part 1 of the date night, watch your brother put up a shelf. Part 2 of the date night, build Gregos together.
Yeah, I'm gonna be so bad at them probably because I don't like rules, directions, or life.
Oh my god, no! That's the wonderful thing about Gregos is that you can work outside of the rules, Nadette.
All right, you can build the ones that have the instructions. I'm just gonna like build like a
Like freestyle.
yeah, and like a front
Yeah.
loader, something like.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I feel like that's easy. I don't
Sure.
know.
An elephant.
Car.
I was just gonna say that.
There's elephant trinkets all over this house. Don't even worry.
God, yeah, I can imagine that.
Yeah, give me a good time.
Cool.
Ugh.
I shall
God.
just circle the ones, that I'm just like I have an inkling towards. Don't have to do anything about it, obviously, as you want to do.
That's already like in their head, setting aside all of the funds from the antique shop to like, all right, and we're gonna get every single set and a box of miscellaneous ones, and is just like already like, all right, this is Sam's new thing. I'm 100% in. I'm ready to be supportive. All right. Just like looks at Sam. Just smiles.
Hi. So do I get
Hi.
you to myself the rest of the day? Really? I did the gun thing.
I know. Wait, listen. We've got to meet up. Look at this haunted sack of shit. And
Okay.
then Ruby and I are probably going to go back in and explore the tunnels, which you can come if you want to, but I don't think you want to. But also, if you do want to, then
I can't not wait till tomorrow. She kind of looks at like the slowly kind of like the approaching dusk and go, just not in the dark, please.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
But
Okay.
I also don't want to be woken up by a ghost of my own face coming out of the mirror that's also another face. So, if we could get that resolved before bedtime.
Right, well,
Probably.
I covered.
Well, I mean,
I
hopefully they
covered
won't do it
mirrors.
again.
Oh, good. All
I'm
of
doing
that.
the same thing twice is like tacky, so hopefully, I just like mix it
Yeah,
up a
right.
bit.
Sure. Well, I've covered all of, and there was a lot of mirrors in the house. But I put, we have no towels left, by the way. So sorry you had to drip dry from your shower, but yeah.
That's alright. Alright. Well. I mean. I'll try and come back early at the very least, and then, we can look at all the Grego sets together and do something else.
Okay,
Maybe.
deal. I'm going to go shepherd the now sugar-loaded children who are in my care today, and try and.
One of them's armed, so just like watch out.
Still, I thought you took that out again.
It's a stick this time, but like she's kind of lethal with it, so.
Okay, noted. Yeah, I can handle a stick. That'll be fine. Okay.
I'm gonna give Sam the biggest hug and be like, "You are the most wonderful woman that has ever lived in the entire world, and no one can ever compete. And you're the absolute best, and I love you so much."
It's okay. She kind of in
And
your
I'm
ear
sorry
goes,
for my weird family.
"That's all right. I quite like them." Also, I think I want babies. And kind of goes, kisses you on the cheek, and kind of like unwraps her arms from you and goes, "Toodles!" and walks.
Nadette just kind of watches her walk out and looks back at Ruby like,
Did you hear that? She told me I could be wrong. She's making progress.
"Yeah, we practice her being mean to you all sometimes."
Oh.
Yeah.
She'll be squabbling with the rest of us soon enough. She just needs a bit more time.
Yeah, every once in a while she pulls out just a lethal zinger. Just like, whew, getting really good. It's a very, like, distant look.
You alright?
Yeah, no.
What's up with your face?
My face. Is
There's
my
something like
face.
on it.
Makeup? Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I've heard of it. Hey, Mara, what would I have to roll to insight check what that's been doing? You tell me. You let me know. Jess, we don't need you anymore.
Jess, get out of here. Oh, that's Sam's character sheet. Hold on. Do you want to roll against? They're the same. So I think roll against Nadette's performance.
Okay. Let's try. Let's see what happens. I'm scared of that face. I'm gonna burn a damn inspiration, because I don't believe in myself. Okay. That's 25.
I got a 27, but I'll roll with disadvantage because I think this is
Yes.
narratively good.
I agree. What was that?
It's a 24. I have a plus 14.
Hell yeah. Yes, I think it takes Ruby a really long time, just searching your face, making the most eye contact that she's made with you in probably years.
What?
You look different.
Yes.
Your cheekbones are in the wrong spot, and your nose isn't really that long.
Yeah, you know. But otherwise, I look too much like my namesake, who is haunting us right now, and I think one last... I mean... I don't want to be one more reminder, right?
Nadette, they named you after her. I think they wanted a reminder.
Yeah, except I'm not that good of one, am I? Well,
What's
you
that supposed to
about it.
mean?
She was a saint. She would hate me a little. Think too good. No, I'm not. And I don't know, I don't think she would approve of many of my actions. I don't think I live up to the name. So why
Nadette.
let it be a reminder?
Aunt Bernadette was a lot of things. She was also, first and foremost, a fucking Crowcolt who grew up on a pirate ship.
Yeah, but I mean, to hear you all tell it, she was also gentle and sweet and didn't want power or station or to be in charge of a fucking criminal organization, and guess what? I do and I am.
Right, so you think that by not looking like her, you can, put some distance?
Yeah. I know. Listen, I was just gonna kind of sit down on the couch a little bit, realize sitting in your dirt and like, ugh, come on, dude, brush off before you sit on my couch. Scoot over a little bit. Look, all I have had, and better now, is when listen, my weapon will primarily always be my looks. It's how I manipulate people, it's how I convince people to do what I want, it's how I lie to people. I'm good at using my face to get people to do what I want them to, or distract, to draw attention, or whatever.
And so you're gonna turn that weapon on your family because what? You think it's kinda?
Yeah, I think it is kinda.
You think that those of us who can remember what she looks like don't see her face anyway?
And that's part of the problem, Ruby. No matter what, I am a living reminder. And I know that might be what their intention was, to be a legacy. I am not. I'm a different person, and I am very scared that I am constant disappointment. So the more I can look someone else, the more I can distance myself from that, the more I can pretend whatever I need to.
Can I tell you something I haven't told him?
You already know the answer to that.
Like, I haven't told, like, anyone.
You told your birds.
They don't count.
Yeah.
But no.
What?
I don't actually remember what she looks like. Or sounded like. For that matter. I think sometimes there's like, I don't know, like a feeling. But I think I was too small.
Yeah.
So I don't know about the rest of them, but when I look at your face, Nadette, all I see is you. It's just you.
You know, growing up, I used to be really jealous of you. I wanted to look
Why?
gorgeous. You're
Kind of looks down at herself covered in fucking so much dirt.
True. I thought you were the epitome of beauty, and I still think that. I think you looked like you always looked so confident and put together.
Yeah,
And you looked at it so effortlessly. I did pretend to do that and teach myself.
I hate
How
to
to
shatter the
hold
illusion that it was not effortless.
Well, I know that now because I'm not fucking 12, but then you were everything I wanted to be and more. I think we both come from namesakes who have had some complicated things happen to them in their life.
Yeah, you could say that.
And you just seem to hold it so much better than I ever could, than I ever have.
Well, I also didn't have that legacy looming over me. Nobody talked about Grandma Ruby until, honestly, this past year is the most I think I've heard about her in my entire life.
Yeah. I know it might not make sense to you because we are different people who place value in different things. Sometimes I wish I wasn't so good at manipulating, lying, and disguising, and I wish I could just run through the woods and speak my mind and shoot things like you. I'm jealous.
Well, that's what you really want. There's nothing stopping you. But
Ew, I'm not running through the woods. Not in these shoes.
In this moment,
right.
both of you hear something. Just the faint chime of a mobile that you saw in a nursery this morning, Nadette. And there's this slightly cold breeze that lifts up some of your hair, Ruby, and kind of kisses you on the jaw. And Nadette, you feel a little bit of pressure on your forearm, almost as if a hand squeezes you there. And then the chimes stop, and the feeling fades away.
Do you feel disquieted or reassured? Because I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to feel by that, and I would love if I could tell.
I don't know.
Ah,
Can't tell.
fuck. Well. Alright. We both... I don't know. We both said
We're both
important
fucked.
stuff to each other, and we're
Yeah.
fucked, yeah. So,
Yeah, we're fucked. Alright, well, can I make a deal with you?
yeah.
Something that I've been fucking working on, and no one's allowed or make comments about it, but I'll address it now once and never again. I'll try to, not melt back into shadow at every opportunity or every time something becomes a little bit fucking uncomfortable. If you put your cheekbones back.
I also get to give you a hug.
Really? Even with the dirt?
Yeah, you already got my couch.
That's true. Say I'm sorry, but it's gonna happen again.
Yeah, I know.
You get 5 seconds, I'm gonna count. 5, 4, 3, 2.
And we will leave Ruby and Nadette on their dirty couch. Riva and Radella, you've drawn yourself a bath in the Crowcolt estate. What are you doing?
I think Radella was the one who drew the bath. I think this is purely it's like routine. And I think she very methodically, drew the water to the perfect temperature that she knows Rita likes. I think she put in all the oils and the soaps that soothe the most. I think she lit the candles.
And then I think, as she's standing in there kind of waiting, and her fingers are kind of like brushing the water, waiting for Riva to be ready. She feels the weight of the printing press. What's it called? Plate, thank you. In her pocket. And the urge to kind of like pull it out and examine it again. She shoves that back down because in her mind it's not time for that. It's not time for her. And just kind of calls for Riva.
I think while Rodella was getting the bath ready, I think Riva sort of like takes off her sort of like dirty, dusty, like her garb that probably still smells of that like sort of sulfur of that burning. And I think she pauses and I think goes to the bath. And Rodella, I think you would see every, scar on Riva's body. And I think you would probably also see, like, the lines, like, sort of the fresh lines of that sort of, like, necrotic energy that, like, went, like, through her hand. And I think you would also maybe see sort of, like, Riva looking to you, and especially if you have that printing plate, like, that plate, like, on you. I'm sure there's, like, the outlines of that.
Yeah, I think she just kind of, like, pulls herself out of her head for a second and kind of reaches down and flicks you with some of the water. And just goes, "Get in."
I think Riva makes a face. And then goes, "Aren't you gonna join me?"
I'll join.
And I'm like, oh my goodness, is our stream PG-13? Like, no, it isn't.
Sweet.
It isn't? Okay. I'm just like, okay.
Yeah, I think Rodella kind of helps you into the bath, being very cautious and very like, do not slip. Helps you into the water and just kind of like waits for a second as your muscles kind of relax. And I think as she's doing so, kind of puts a little bit more of the lay on hands, like, and it kind of causes the surface of the water to kind of shimmer like when oil spills, with this kind of blue cast, and then it sinks into the water. And I think Rodella kind of takes off her clothes very unceremoniously, and just kind of dumps them on the floor, and then she kind of sits on the edge of the tub and removes the leg, kind of rubbing out the stump, and then settles into the bath opposite of you. It's a very large bath. And just kind of sinks so the water's like at her nose, and just and you see the bubbles kind of pop up.
And I think in the mirror, I think Riva is also bubble burbling as well.
The two of them just kind of like staring at each other across the water. I think after a minute of just sitting, Rudella sits up and what are they?
I think to this, Riva takes a little like bubble, like a little, what are they called? But like, almost like the clouds of bubbles that sit on top of the bath, you know? It just takes a little bit and just throws some foam at your face.
Rudella kind of grins. But it's a very, like, you can see just the strain, like the tightness in the corner of her mouth and the lines on her face and the hollows of her eyes. And she smiles, but it doesn't quite reach her eyes. So
Look at us. The two of us. Half a day of adventure. And we're both lazing here. Like two beached whales.
I think Rudella laughs like humorlessly and just like, my love, we have been traveling. So I'd say it's been a bit longer. I think we deserve to be two beached whales.
Excuses, excuses, and excuses. And the last one is like cut off as like Riva closes her eyes and sinks back into like the bubbles. And so the last little excuse, the last syllable is just warble.
I think Rudella just smiles and kind of sets her arms on the outside of the tub and like leans her head back on the back and just kind of stares at the ceiling. And out of the corner of her eye, like, she can see her trousers on the ground and the plate, the outline of the plate, and she just I know now is not the time. But since we have a moment and it's just the two of us, when we resolve this, and we will resolve this. She looks so tired as she says it. Perhaps we could take a moment to find out who sent that newspaper and why.
I think Riva sort of lifts up her head a little bit, and there's a little bit of like bubble foam like around her nose, and then she sort of gently, I think, lifts herself up a little bit out of the water, and sort of not really swimming, but sort of like makes her way over to your side of the tub, and she kind of like settles up next to you. And she puts a hand on that sort of, I don't want to call it, like, I guess it's like it's like that section of your body that meets like your prosthetic, and starts like feeling the sort of like hard muscle and scar tissue. I don't think we can. No. I think it's time we make time. There's never gonna be a right time. And I think Riva looks over to the printing plate. And I think what's radiating, I can't help but feel like for so long, Redella's needs have been put on the back burner. And like Redella's mysteries and everything's been happening with like her here. And like so much of her needs have been put on the back seat. And I feel like in this moment, as like Riva is sort of like helping you relax a little bit, I think what I really want to convey, and I think what she's struggling to convey, is like we should make time for you.
I think Redella looks resistant. And it's not necessarily coming from a lack of like, it's not coming from like practiced behaviors of like you not making time for Redella. It's coming from an ingrained sense that Redella has instilled in herself of not putting her needs first. And I think the thought of that immediately causes some sense of resistance and pushback. And even though this is something that she desperately wants, and the discomfort of what's happening is so prevalent in her mind, she almost like recoils at the suggestion. And some of the tenseness like comes back into her shoulders. And it takes a minute for her to kind of settle back down. I'm sure there will be time once we have yeah.
I know. Sometimes it's easier to focus on new wounds than old.
She sighs. And I think her head kind of like falls onto your shoulder.
Remember when we were on the ship? Rations were tight. The old cook, whatever his name was, used to just like boil bits of old jerky for the crew.
Arnold.
The two of us, not whales, old bits of jerky. Awful knobs of meat.
Mm-hmm. Where are you going with this?
And I think like Riva also like leans down and just kind of goes, oh. And I think just like these, I think it's just like, oh, that little, I just, all I can think of during this short rest now is just two hunks of jerky like floating in broth.
Oh, that is
That's,
some
I think,
imagery.
what Riva feels like right now. And like, yes, there's all this emotional damage and so much like just physical exhaustion, but it's just so much like these two older folks just like wound up in scar tissue, slowly releasing or loosening their strands bit by bit.
So, 2 matriarchal strips of jerky, 2 traumatized siblings, and another 2 even more traumatized husband and wife. Where do you end up at the end of this short rest? Where do you reconvene?
I think we go to Sloan.
I was gonna say.
There's a bag
Okay.
of cursed stuff. That's a Sloan.
Bag of cursed shit.
Yeah.
That is a
Yeah.
Sloan. So,
Ruby
you
will
all-
take a shower.
No,
He's
good
the
for
only
her.
one who's fucking covered in dirt.
So I would say it is getting towards evening time. The sky is starting to color with that kind of purple dusk. The kind of thick cloud cover that is so ever present on this planet gives you quite short days and long evenings. So it's probably about 6 or 7 p.m. And you make your way over to Ivy Lace House, which is Sloane's house that she shares with their 2 partners, Estrus and Fanula. The house is a picturesque, kind of like 3-story red brick thing, absolutely coated. You would not know it was a red brick if you did not know all the other houses on Crow Lane are the exact same. Coated in decades and decades, perhaps even a century's worth of ivy. And there is this ever-present kind of smoking purple plume leaving one of the multitude of chimneys that kind of are stacked onto the rooftop. And there is warm light spilling from inside. And you can knock on the door. Who do we think gets there first?
I feel like probably Ruby and Nadette, because we had
Yeah.
the least trauma and things to do, I think.
Yeah, and there's no way after Ruby has born her soul that they're gonna sit in that.
Yeah, no, they're just like, okay, we gotta go. Let's
Like, next, anyways.
nice. Anyway,
Shower
yeah.
down.
How's that? Yeah.
So you knock, and the door knocker is this kind of like jackrabbit, kind of like bunny rabbit face with these kind of like twisting antlers on the front of it, and the rabbit is kind of like has an open snarl. Very, very sinister looking bunny rabbit. And you knock this great brass door knocker, and it is Fanula who answers. Fanula is a human with this pale freckled skin and flushed cheeks. She has this large mess of curly ginger hair and these very small, round, yellow tinged spectacles that sit on the end of their nose. Very large, kind, brown eyes, just like their child Nor. And is kind of dressed in this kind of like dressed like a homely librarian all the time, wears lots of sweater vests, and kind of opens the door and kind of blinks at surprise at you and goes, "Hiya, right? Oh, is that
Yeah.
bad? Is it?
Yeah, it is. I was gonna shoot. No, it's that bad. It's bad.
Yeah. Is Sloan in? We got a couple of kind of jostles a little bit harder than she probably should. The bag of cursed shit.
Their nose wrinkles immediately. It goes, "Oh, that's
Fucked up, haunted, probably
smells
cursed,
rank. I'll
using
be
some
honest.
kind
Yeah,
of yep.
Okay. Should I be expecting any others, or is it just your lovely
Probably,
spells?
yeah.
Probably
Okay.
the usual six.
Let's just
yeah.
leave the door open. Okay. Love! Kind of like walks inside, doesn't even like, just leaves the door open for you to kind of trudge through. And a couple moments later, Sloane kind of like winds themselves around a corner.
Don't tell me. You knew we'd be by.
Where's your cursed bag of shit?
I was a little... You didn't know that. I just said it really loud up front. It's right here. Yeah, I'm kind of... We'll
You could
toss it on a
smell
table.
it from the front door.
Yeah. It's kind of horrible, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can't wait. Come on! Kind of like... She does beckon you through, and up the stairs to her home. I would say this is about time. Reva and Radella, you kind of meet. Rose and Ten, they also go to Sloane's house. Yeah, you kind of meet each other at the front door, which is kind of swinging open, ready for you. Ten's not quite meeting either of your eye, but has straightened themselves up a little bit. It's putting on a very good performance of fine.
I think Rose also, I imagine like 5 minutes before they left, Rose went, fuck, we haven't showered, and got a washcloth, and now her like hair is just more frost than anything else. I also think it's loose because she couldn't find a fucking claw clip because somebody keeps taking them all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But I think like eyes are very clearly very puffy and red. There's like, you know, like the dark circles of like mascara when you've been crying too much and they're just gonna stay there for a week. She's got that going on. But by God, they're here. And that's a win. Just, hi.
Whoa.
Nice to see you too. Missed you. Very polite.
I gave your kid a knife.
Sorry?
A fake knife.
Fake one.
Fake.
Okay, well
It's
that's a
a
win.
stick.
Like, Aspen,
It's a
I'm assuming. Aspen? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, could be worse, could be real. So I'm gonna put that in the win column.
Kind of gives
because
you a bit of a measured look of like, I know that the fake knife was a replacement because that's what I used to do with you.
It's with the like, yeah, I've definitely pulled this move on with younger tenant before. Right. Cool, we all ready to look through the goodie bag? If anyone needs a bit more time or wants to go take a longer nap, feel free to do so now, because honestly, if you're here and it's gonna be alright, cool. Nobody can say I didn't try.
So, you all ascend this spiral staircase to the very top floor of the Ivy Lace house. It is an attic room, and it is stacked full of shelves, floor to ceiling, of an array of different potion bottles, jars, glass tanks, full of literally everything you could think of. Every single body part, humanoid and not humanoid, every kind of plant, herb, strange smelling potion, all kind of like meticulously labeled with this beautiful calligraphy handwriting. It smells very strongly of incense in here, and there are kind of these like warm candles that kind of give off this like very orange tiefling glow. And there are kind of like throw pillows and couches around the perimeter of the room, but in the center is this like almost like a kitchen island, which is like Sloane's workspace, that kind of has a lot of dried plants, flowers, herbs kind of hanging above it. And Sloane kind of plants their hands on this island and kind of like, well?
Rodella glances over at the jar of eyeballs like she always does every time she comes in, and then glances back.
They all swivel to look at you.
Mm-hmm. Still unnerving. The bag of shit, please.
Yep, just on the table with a
Oh,
big
everyone, step back 15 feet.
Okay.
Why?
Because some things have auras, obviously.
Yeah,
I've been carrying it on my back for like the last 2 hours.
So, then, you're a little bit black-hearted, my love.
Thank you.
And also the bag should protect you well enough. Anyway,
Oh,
step
wow.
back!
Yeah.
Sloane notably does not take a step back.
Everyone else, I think, does.
Yeah.
And your items tumble out onto the table. Ruby, did you finish mending the mirror, or how much of this mirror did you fix before you kind of like...
No, I kept part of it. I think for the amount of time that she was working on it, I think it's probably like a quarter to a third of the way mended.
Okay.
And then there's like a pocket mirror sized like shard of it that she is still, I think just because she hasn't thought of it, is still like keeping on her, but the rest is there.
Okay. So this half-broken mirror, this piece of driftwood, this braid of seaweed, this half kind of like melted candle, and we'd say like a little pouch of the salt falls out onto the desk. And Sloane gives a low whistle. You had fun.
No, we did not.
Okay.
Till the end there. Yeah.
And which of these have you looked at already? It kind of like looks at you, Ridella.
The driftwood.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I think she just kind of she explains out of courtesy, not necessarily because she thinks Sloane doesn't already know.
Yeah, you kind of see her, these long white fingers kind of like swirl over it, and she kind of, okay, and she turns around and starts rummaging through her herb stores, and you can see her take down a few jars. She starts grinding away with like a messel and a porter, and a minute later she kind of turns back around and kind of does this over the top of the drift, and this very fine kind of like powder settles. Okay, you can all step closer now. Okay. All right. Don't touch anything.
Cursed to shit, we know.
Where exactly did you find this?
So there's tunnels under the house.
And we have a copy of the map, don't we?
Ooh, we do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, like, Reva would actually probably pull out the map and then sort of, like, try to trace where we were, and probably, like, points to, like, what I assume would be, like, the right location on the map, like, around here.
Okay. That's very old.
It gets worse. A lot worse. And it's just gonna kind of fill in on, like, what we saw down there, what the inscription kind of said. Just paints a lovely little picture of what we there.
Okay.
Yeah.
She kind of like opens the pouch of salt, gives it a sniff. Woo! Oh. Fun. Alright. Adela, darling. Identify that mirror for me, will you? I don't know what that is. These three, I can tell you immediately what they are.
Yeah, let's identify.
Okay. Sloane, still holding the pouch of salt, holds it up for you, kind of takes some of it. Where are my notes going? Sorry. She pulls some salt out of it and kind of like holds it in her palm. This salt is not like white crystalline salt that you're used to seeing, but it is black. And very coarse as well. And Sloane kind of like makes like a little bit of a divot in it with her palm. This is abyssal salt, abyssal sea salt, to be precise. You find all this really very cursed waters in the kind of like deepest trenches of the astral sea, if you will. It's very powerful stuff in rituals, in ingredients and potion making. Very much used for divinity and vision interpretation is what I would use this for. It gives you enhanced insight into what you end up seeing. It can also be used primarily to anchor the souls of, well, both living and dead, really. If you were to summon a soul, for example, you could draw a circle with it and keep it in one place. Any living
Could you
creature
do it to? Could you do it to multiple?
Yes, if you found a way to kind of draw them in to the circle itself. Living creatures cannot exit the circle via magical means. Banishment, dimension door, misty step. Don't even try.
Yeah.
Well. Oh, and also, this will be fun. Kind of turns around, goes to one of her sinks, and fills a great big bowl of water. And she kind of like posts it in the middle of this desk and kind of sprinkles just a little, like a couple of crystals into the water. And immediately it starts to churn and bubble. She goes, sprinkle this into any body of water and becomes very turbulent indeed. Fun, huh? Next!
It's like science.
She, before picking up this braid of seaweed, she turns around and she puts on these very fine black leather gloves that are, the leather of it is so thin it's almost translucent. It literally just looks like she's a skin-formed glove attached to her hand. And she picks up this braid of seaweed. This is, you can probably tell, it's necrotic. Again, grows and cursed, particularly undead waters. Kind of, that's why it's infused with, such delicious deadliness. We sometimes spellcasters, you braid it together and you kind of can create a hex bundle, really, with it when burnt. It's like the opposite of saging a room, if you will. It has a multitude of properties. I guess its use in this ritual would be to kind of smudge the area. It does give you certain advantages when trying to control or manipulate the undead. Also, turns around to Tennant and kind of like, with this kind of like leathered gloved hand, kind of like pats them very gently on the cheek, then reaches down to their shirt and opens up a pocket and drops the bundle into their pocket and just pats their chest. Whilst this is in your possession, you can breathe underwater. Here you go, darling. And Tennant kind of goes, okay, cool. And yeah. And then she turns to the candle and she goes, oh, I lost one of these a long time ago. Well, it's been used. Recently. Eyes flick up to Reva.
Yes.
Did you see anything?
I did. And I want to say with my eyes as much as I can to leave it there.
Well, the person who lights the flame may see into the ethereal plane for a number of minutes. So, I guess that explains it. You may also use this to act as a beacon for lost souls and spirits if you were to conduct some sort of seance or summoning or communication ritual. It gives you certain advantages on communing with the undead. Also wards you against them. Do have to be careful when using it, though. It can have quite unsavory, kind of like, again, glances at the kind of dark circles under your eyes. Reva, can be quite taxing to the soul.
I think Reva sort of absentmindedly like rubs like her hand.
Rodella, any luck?
Any luck?
Yeah. Would you like me to read it for you, or would you? Rodella, you identify this mirror as a soul seer mirror. It is a wondrous item, very rare. and it is large, ornately framed, has these dead, twisted, coral and barnacle encrusted frame, and it's adorned with jagged pieces of sea glass and pearls. And the surface of the mirror that is intact kind of reflects this deep, undulating blue, reminiscent of the very deepest depths of the ocean. Its properties being, when a living person stands before the mirror, the true essence of their soul is revealed, as the reflection shows the individual as they truly are, highlighting both their virtues and inner light, or alternatively, this grotesque, twisted version of themselves, their darkest secrets, their hidden vices. It also has the ability to reflect the souls of any undead creature as they appeared at the moment of their death, so long as the soul still resides within its body. This ability also extends to deceased souls that reside within different hosts or objects, such as cursed items, phylacteries, soul coins, items like that, who have been known to kind of like encase and hold and store souls within them.
Ooh.
The reflection can be used to identify and communicate with these undead souls, and it can provide you with, valuable information about their past and their current state. The third ability that you identify, this one in particular, requires attunement by a fae. And this is used not just to reflect a soul, but capture a soul's essence. So, in dark rituals and necromantic spells involving something like soul binding, soul caging, soul transference, the mirror's reflection would allow the separation of a soul from its physical body or host, and this process can be initiated by performing a very specific ritual.
Well, Cordella shares that with the group.
All right.
Ruby lights a joint immediately.
Well, if you ever need anyone's soul captured, just let me know, I guess.
No, thank you.
I mean, is there any way to tell if it been used before for that? There's a soul
darling,
captured.
given the state you found it in with the other objects that you found it in, I would hazard a guess as to say yes. But what? Ruby?
Yeah.
She looks down and she looks at the exact pocket that you have that shard of glass stored in. And then she looks up at you. Did you use the mirror to look at these statues you speak of?
Did I catch them in the reflection at all? I don't think I did. Did I? Okay.
You did, because you were looking at them to see if anyone
right.
was moving.
Right. Yeah, I just saw statues.
You saw them as they are?
Yeah, right? Okay. Yeah, no change.
So there were no souls residing in those corpses?
No.
There you go.
And if those are the things that were bound, then yeah, that makes sense. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how exactly all these things go together. Like, obviously they're all powerful. What is the relevance that they all have to each other, and using them all together, like, what's the end result? You know, like, we've got all the ingredients, but I still don't see what the thing is.
Also, the time difference.
What do you mean?
This ritual was cast years after the initial. Whatever happened to those people?
You need to be very careful. And some of the jovialness has come out of Sloane's voice. There are some creatures, some beings that walk the earth that harvest and bind souls as a means of gaining power. And if you say that there were hundreds of these things in the cavern that you found, that is a near disastrous level of power that someone may have been able to glean.
Perfect. Okay.
What would be the purpose of destroying the mirror? Can it be used to, like, undo part of that process and someone was just trying to shut the door behind them?
Well, certainly would prevent it from being accidentally used again, unless someone mended it first.
Right.
Sloane, dear. Does one need the body of the deceased to pull someone's soul? And very distinctly, I think Riva is thinking about a body buried on the cliffside far, far away.
Oh, typically, yes. If that's
But
where
if they-
the soul resides, it's point of death.
But if they've got the candle, they've got a beacon, they could draw it in, right?
Correct. I don't know the range on something like this. This is typically something I would use, to commune with spirits and speak to people on the other side. It doesn't necessarily give you a strong enough. I myself would not be able to bind or entrap a soul with the candle alone, but perhaps with a high enough level of magic power and these items, maybe.
Is there any significance do you think, to where this was held? I mean, why didn't they just do it in a field somewhere? Why so deep underground? Just because they didn't want to be discovered, or is there?
Well, that's where the statues were, love. And if you are trying to bind hundreds of souls at once, I do think proximity would be an advantage.
Right, the statue. I mean,
You
it
cut
looked
out,
like they were.
sorry.
But why are the statues there? I mean, they had pitchforks and they looked like they were trying to, fight a
So
monster.
let's-
Or
That I don't know.
Sloane, do you remember when your candle went missing?
Oh. Years ago. But, darling, they're rare, but they're not hard to find. There are certain practitioners. And she pauses, and you see her eyes darting between all of these. Well, these all have a distinct theme, do they not?
Right.
It's all the sea, it's all the ocean. It's several things that would give someone advantages where they, I don't know, tossed off or fallen off a sailing ship, yeah?
Shit. Breathe underwater.
Hell hath no fucking fury, huh?
Rodella looks at Ruby.
I think there's a possibility we've all been freaking out about the wrong grandmother.
No.
No?
Sloan,
Why
can I
not?
talk to you for a minute out?
Sure. Excuse us a moment. Kind of like skirts around the table and will link arms with you, Nadette, and kind of like step outside the room.
There's something else I found, and I'm kind of worried. I'm having a hunch about it. It's weird. Sam cast Identify on it and said it wasn't always what it is, and is gonna pull out the gun and just be like, "Do you know what this is?"
A gun.
Thank you. Anything else? Sam says
Very
it's
pretty
magic,
gun.
but couldn't tell what kind of magic.
Mm.
And
I'm
I
good
know
at
it's all
identifying spell components and potion ingredients, my love, but that's more your brother's job, is it not? Guns?
hoping to take something off his.
Maybe give that one to your mother.
Hoping to take something off. Plate too, but alright.
She kind of swipes a thumb along your cheekbone. I like your old face, darling.
I already told him. Put it.
You cut
I
out.
don't want to waste the magic. I already told Ruby I'd put them back. I didn't want to waste them. Figured it. Let it.
Hmm. Come on. Kind of pushes the door open again.
False alarm.
So-
Keep theorizing.
So why don't we think it could be her?
I was like, I think you come back to like arguing.
Yeah. It's just, why not? I mean, everybody was so sure about Ruby Davies. Everyone's so sure about Molly. Everyone was so sure about Lawrence.
Just to clarify, Sloane kind of like settles, I think, next to Reva on this occasion, and just her hand kind of goes to the small of your back in this small sign of solidarity between siblings. We're talking about, Miss Machiavelli?
Yeah.
Right.
Why are you all making that face?
Well, she wasn't altogether clever enough to,
She wasn't all together.
I mean, respectfully, I went looking at my mother's call all of your children altogether bright, and yet here we are figuring stuff out.
And you're relying on several decades-old memory woman that none of you particularly liked, and so probably weren't paying terribly much attention to. In fact, it sounds like no one was paying much attention to her when she went outside.
She wasn't the type of woman that was worth paying attention to, dear.
I'm not disputing that. I'm not debating that, but I am saying, I don't know. I don't think we should count anything or anyone out, especially to go to the list of people who would potentially wish ill on our family. She's got a couple of big fucking reasons.
And if not, precisely, maybe someone close, or at least familiar with.
I mean, it would have to be somebody who knows us well enough to know the kinds of things that would set us off. If Ruby Davies was or maybe was not actually Ruby Davies, if it's not her, then it would have to be who would know her well enough to imitate her.
Mother, is there any other organizations of ours, of to our friends, allies, or enemies of ours who have been making weird moves against us, that we could... Any crime organizations we can rule out here. Start with unknown enemies and then get to the potentially life ones.
You can make a history check.
I want to do a history check, but my immediate thought was the hot rods, and I immediately dismissed them.
Not
I want that to be
even
clear.
close.
Yeah.
I think meanwhile, Tennant's kind of like staring at all these components
And I
and
think
staring between all of you as you argue and just goes, that doesn't... Molly was human and she died, what, in a fucking 50s? This shit is what, pre-shattering, you said?
There are also Fey components.
I think we should take a step back here, and I want to think it through. Like, I got a 23 on the history, but if we take a moment and try to deconstruct this spell, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have a candle to draw souls that are trapped by some ancient spell in this gold. We have a focus to enhance the spellcaster's power, a mirror to separate souls, potentially to remove the souls from where they were trapped in gold. We have salt to anchor souls, and seaweed to control it, right? Whoever cast the spell, I don't believe, was the one who cast the spell that trapped everyone in gold. It just took advantage of what was already here.
Yeah.
So who would have known that this would have already been here, or who would have discovered that?
I mean, who was with you when you found the map here all those years ago?
Who came to Dorothea before us?
Can I use my 23 history check that I rolled for this answer?
Sure. I mean, your mind does jump to Nor's vision that you elicited from them a little over a year ago, which showed a vision of your mother arriving on Dorotheum with a bundle in their arms. Before that, it would have only been factory workers and warehouse workers. And before that, has been lost to time.
Man, parents, what are you gonna do with them?
I know that before I offered to legend lore on the name that we found, I can try on the statues or something. If I admit, when it comes to the family stuff, I'm a little more useless, but
You're far from useless, dear.
thank you.
And kind of like head jerks over to you. You're not going back down there.
Oh, fuck no. No, I can do that from here.
Oh, okay. You don't have to touch them.
No. No, fuck no.
Okay.
Couldn't pay me, thank you.
Oh, I left my shirt down there for nothing.
I mean, I can also scry at some point if we'd like to, though. I mean,
I feel like the massive cave-in, you'd probably just get the inside of
Yeah.
a bunch of rocks.
And
Unless
the
that's what they
dirt.
want you to think.
And Nadette shirt. And if that's the case, Nadette, then I'll buy you around. But doubt it.
Quick question.
Hmm?
I think Rodella, as soon as like they started talking about all this, I think Rodella's been racking her brain, thinking back on like the memories that they saw, like the dreams that they were having in that first year.
Yeah.
And the time frame of like what was happening in those dreams, and is sitting there going like, who would know, who would have been around to know and like be able to broadcast those like visuals in their head.
Yeah. The very first shared dream you had was more incorporeal. It was about crows sitting in a tree. A dream, more of a vision that kind of like replicated itself later that evening at your dinner. Your second shared dream was from the perspective of Molly Machiavellian, the woman that Ruby is speaking of, and Wayland's first wife, watching Wayland exit his captain's quarters with Ruby Davies, Reva's mother. And your third shared dream is from Bernadette's perspective, watching Wayland leave his captain's quarters with Francis, Sloane's mother, and his third wife.
So I think Rodella brings up to everyone like those dreams and just says neither Ruby or Molly were around when that happened.
Can I just clarify, are you talking about the memories or when the dreams happened?
The memories.
The memories, Molly was in them.
No, I know. The last one. There, it wouldn't have been... Right?
With
I'm
Francis?
so sorry. What are you talking about?
The one
Oh,
with Francis.
I'm so sorry. I've got my numbers switched around.
Yeah.
I was like, Molly and Ruby were in both of them. Yeah.
Oh, none of this makes sense.
I have another question, and this is a little bit of like a, like, can I inspect the pistol? Because I don't think I've taken a look at the pistol since this would probably be the first time I've gotten a chance to really look at it.
Sure, you kind of notice this elegant pistol kind of glinting in Nadette's grip.
Did this belong to anyone that I knew?
Make a history check.
And it's veined with gold, the same type of gold of the statues, right?
Yeah.
Goodness. Do a look at history.
Dad is watching very carefully
That's an
as you do
18.
this.
There is something in your core that flickers when you look at this gun, but you've never seen it before. Not on your father's possession, not in any enemy of yours.
Any ideas?
Well, there's still some parts of the tunnel here that we quite got around to looking through. We could do that in the morning. Back on, kind of like nodding towards Rodella, the mystery of who's been funny pages. I don't know.
Tenant stretches his hand out over the table to Reva. Let me see.
I pass it over.
He, quicker than you can even kind of like process in this mechanical way, unpieces this gun. Opens the casing, flicks the safety, checks the barrel, counts the bullets, recloses it, pieces it apart and puts it together again in a matter of maybe 60 seconds, if that.
Rubik's Cube.
Yeah. Kind of follows it around in his fingers. It's nice.
What can you tell us about its maker? Do you notice any unique signatures? Anything about the materials? You know better than anyone.
His thumb brushes these kind of ancient runes engraved along the barrel. Don't know what language that is. Looks at the gold inlay, presses a thumbnail into it. It softens, indents, and then reforms flush again, just like the gold that you have experimented with before. Same gold.
That you said that Sam said that she didn't think it was always a gun, right?
Yeah, she looked at it, and from what she could tell, it was not always a weapon, and also wasn't able to tell what kind of magic was coming off it because it wasn't a really particular type of magic. It more was potential of, I guess. Bullets are also gold. I assume the same. I didn't touch it or anything. But it might not be what it is. It might be something else.
Tennant walks over to the attic window and hefts it up and points and aims the gun into the outside and fires. And instead of the backfire, like kaboom of a gun and a bullet, you feel immediate heat as this jet of infernal flames explodes from the gun barrel, like someone pointing a flamethrower outside.
Fine, just keep
What the fuck did you do to it?
I'm keeping it.
No.
No,
I just said
no,
find
no,
a keeper.
I'm keeping it.
First.
No, you can't use
Tell
a fucking
me.
gun.
I haven't really tried. Now have I?
You're really
you're
gonna
certainly
start
not trying with this. This is
You
hardly
start using
a
flamethrower.
bike with stabilizers on it, is
Not
it?
with the
One.
flamethrower.
the potentially cursed gun that we found at the bottom of a mine shaft that had clearly been tossed down there. People don't just throw things like that away for no reason. You don't think
At
that's
least-
weird? You think I'm gonna start using it?
Tell you what, Tenant, you can have it after I know antiques. I know antique weapons as well. I'll do some inquiry, see if anyone knows anything else about magic weapons that weren't always weapons, do some research, then I'll give it back.
Well, then I know antiques too, so I'll just take that off your plate then.
Please.
Well, it seems
I
convenient.
never
mean,
get to
Tennant's
keep anything. I found
Tennant's
it
the gun
first.
person, I'm an antique person and a magic person. I don't know, it just feels more convenient, frankly.
It's not fair that you gang up. Rude.
We're married, that's literally my job.
I know, but it's rude.
I look over to Rodella like,
Something's
oh
looking-
god.
Just...
It might be here.
Okay.
Do you want it?
Well, no, I'm not going to take it from you, that'd be rude.
Can I have a look for a moment? Sloane speaks up and looks at. I won't take it off you. Very reluctantly returns to the table and kind of like holds it out. Sloane doesn't
Get
take
when
it.
I do.
Sloane doesn't take it from Tennant's hand. Instead, she very carefully like places her hand underneath Tennant's and angles his palm. Just shifts the angle of it slightly. And then she picks up the mirror and she goes, "Everyone look away." And she angles the mirror so that the gun is reflected in it. No! Nothing is reflected back. She places the mirror back down again. Okay, well, that's one theory. Do those pieces even work?
Does Tennant see his face when she does that?
No, she angled his hand so that he wouldn't have to.
Okay.
She's nice. What theory? What? Oh, I didn't know if it was,
I just wanted to know if those
Oh,
pieces of it are still working.
Well, yes, the mirror, although shattered, won't work quite as well, but should at least have the reflective properties that Rodella mentioned. But, not to fear, there is no one in there, so we're fine.
No one? In what?
There's no soul in the gun.
Well, bad. That's where it's supposed to be. I don't know.
Speaking of soul, Sloan,
Hmm.
in one form thy essence blend. What happens when you blend a bunch of souls together? Can you pull them back apart?
Nothing good. I don't know. It depends how long they have been bound together. I've never seen souls blended into one form on a scale such as this. I wouldn't know what that might look like. Very unstable. Also, quite unkillable.
Unkillable. What does that mean? Everything's
Like, there's-
killable.
There's nausea and in Reva's insides at that thought.
Well, souls pulled into one being or casing. You can destroy the being, but it will eventually just reform without. You can't really kill a soul, darling.
God. Everything's gotta be fucking difficult.
Okay.
Could we
Okay.
potentially use this mirror to untangle those blended strands? And how would we possibly undo this ritual until the day when freedom's light shall pierce the earth's eternal night?
I mean, whatever this is, this all seems weirdly tied to the Fae. I called Lark this morning and they were already looking through some things. I could add this to the pile, see if he turns anything up. On the same note, it takes a Fae to attune to the mirror to trap the soul. Potentially, if I attune to the mirror, I might be able to see them if they're in there. I'm happy to give it a try if that's something that we want. But also, I'm far from a magic expert, but can I look at those runes? See if I can make any sense of them. No promises, but
Are you talking about the runes on the gun?
yes.
Tennant kind of passes the gun over to you.
Yeah, I'll kind of squint at them for a second. I know Sam couldn't get a school of magic. Can I just try a detect magic to see if one comes up?
Yeah.
Because I can do that for free now.
Mm.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate them.
Okay. I don't think you get a particular school of magic. Roll a history check for me for both this and for both to look at the runes.
Okay. First one, oh, beautiful. First one is a 25.
Okay,
Second
that
one.
will cover both. It's okay.
Oh, beautiful.
So I think you get intensely magical energy radiating off of this thing. In much the same way as the coins did, you sense that this was not a gun that was built with common materials, right? It was not, it was not designed in a workshop like Tennant's. So its origin is magical. This thing was built with a great deal of magic, potentially by a being with a great deal of magic. And whilst you don't get a school of magic, you get something of an innately divine nature. The runes on the barrel, you cannot translate them because you don't know this language. But with a roll of 25, Rose, I think something clicks in the back of your head, and you remember growing up, your brother had an intense fascination with all things shattering and pre-shattering, and you remember the books that he would scour through and show you, and you recognize just a hint of familiarity in these runes, and you have a feeling that these are ancient Castellan in nature.
Cool. That's normal. I think Rose kind of like, you all see like the magic go off, and then she kind of like turns it and like cocks their head in a much more like, you can see like the trauma and the weight of everything that's happened kind of fade away as Rose has something to focus on, and just sort of like cocks their head, goes, oh, that's odd. Hey, Tenet, will you hold this up for a minute? Just hold it straight. I'm gonna take a picture. Send it to... Don't ask why. I'm gonna...
Tenet holds the gun away so that you don't get them in the picture.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture of it, and just since it's out, I'll take a picture of the spell components too. And I will send it to Lark with a message that just says, found a little bit of ancient Castellan. Any chance you can read it? Also, some fucked up Fae ritual. This is the stuff that was in it. Thank you. I love you. I owe you lunch next time you're here. And I'll send that off. And then... Okay, so, bad news, I can't read it. Good news, I have a very neurodivergent brother who might be able to. This is Castellan. You know, like the people who disappeared in the shattering. Them. That's what that is.
Those guys.
Really? Oh,
Those guys. Yeah. Also, I can't remember if we already knew this, but this gun was not made like in a normal way. This was like made with magic, like all of it.
I did know that. I just didn't verbalize it quite as well as that. But I did know that already.
Just kind of pats his hand a little bit. Of course.
Okay, so when was this lost then? This was...
Oh, and it's a little divine. Sorry, I was just reflecting on all the things that I was just thinking about. It's also divine. Which is weird. Yeah.
Ruby, that means gods. I know you don't.
Ruby and Tenet
what
matching
divine
puzzles.
means.
Yeah, we know what divine means.
I wasn't... Okay.
The
Alright.
fact you said it like that, I
Does
think you
Reba
don't.
I feel a pang of guilt, like, oh my god, we should have provided a better education for our children.
We
Hey,
should
you
have done
got
a lot
one
of
out
things
of
for our
3.
children.
Yeah.
Right, so, I mean, how long do we think this is down here, right? I mean, we know things down there are pre-shattering. Do we think this was there the whole time? Was it brought back and then left? It seems, I mean,
It seems
sure, was it?
intentionally discarded. And if we noticed it, then I would imagine that extremely powerful magic user was down there. Who probably took the same fucking elevator as us. Would have also noticed it as well. So that means they either left it there themselves or they left it alone. And I don't know which is worse.
Or maybe it's magic. Maybe it revealed it's to us.
Why? Because we're so worthy and pure of heart?
Yes, which is why you should give it back to me, Ted.
He's stroking the gun, going, "It's such a nice gun."
What's weird is we've got ancient Sylvan and Castellan, two languages that are not from the same place. I mean, if there's any overlap with the Fae and the Castellans, it's nothing that I know about. Stares at PT on my camera. No, it's very different languages from very different places, and it feels odd to find them in the same place under our house. It's not related
Okay.
to either of those.
Do we know what? Did we learn? Do we know? I don't. What or where Drithium was pre-shattering? Was it always in this astral location? I know it got banged up, but is it got shot out from somewhere, or was it here and then something crashed into it? What do we know? Did Drithium get pingy-ed? What's going?
I mean, Lord Keepers, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think a lot is known about the landscape of the archipelago pre-shattering.
Yeah.
So, you don't know.
Okay. This means we're gonna have
Sorry,
to read a
what?
lot of books.
A little quick little lore question. Like, would it be possible then to do we know, or I'm trying to think this. There's so many fun mystery tidbits, and it's tingling this bit of my brain that I really enjoy having tingled. But my question is do we know that the events, the tragedy on Dorithium, do we know that it happened post-shattering, or do we think the event that was referenced was the shattering? My assumption here is that whatever caused these people to turn to gold happened post-shattering.
I would think that it would, because there was no mention of it in the news that we went through, right, Jess? There was no mention of oh my god, the mine exploded, or some crazy person did a bunch of shit, nothing like that. And the newspapers stopped about 100 years ago, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. So my thinking is that whatever happened down there happened at some point in the last 100 years. Might have been the thing that was the impetus, that was why it was a lot of this town was abandoned. So that might have been the thing, because if I went down into the mines to confront a dark monstrosity and nobody fucking came back, I would leave.
What if
Probably not.
it was? I mean, what if whatever happened down there happened years ago and wasn't uncovered until the mines mined down there? What if it was something that got sealed away, and then when they started digging, they found something, they unleashed something, people went in with what they had to try and stop it, and...
I mean, it's possible with all of the gold that was down there that didn't seem natural. None of that was normal.
Yeah, but the mining, the blueprints, they were pre-shattering dated. Remember? So was the fucking house, bear in mind.
It's an old
I wonder
house.
Okay.
Maybe they dug too deep or for too long and woke something up. Maybe somebody went down there and tried to take advantage of it, tried to take all the power for themselves.
I mean, do we know what they were mining for? Did we learn that already?
Oh, that's a good question. Was there any reference to it, or was it just the mine?
I do believe on the blueprints they were specifically engineered as gold mines.
Okay.
So
they were mining all this fucking gold, but there's got to be somebody out there with a fucking invoice, because you don't mine this much shit and then have nowhere to move it.
yeah.
It's a massive operation. The infrastructure, you had to sink a lot into that.
Well,
There's
then
got
we
to be a
need
paper trail.
Investigate this Midas Enterprises company then.
Exactly.
There must be more records of it other than just that, which was under the floorboards of the fucking printing press. Why?
Maybe if they were up to some shady shit, newspapers doing exactly the thing we wouldn't want them to do, disseminating information. Reporting on it, somebody digging too close. Rest of the town got wind of it, and statues. Something along those lines, I don't know.
Next steps, thinking ahead, we have a lot of questions. I think, Rose, you and I can start reaching out to some of our contacts in the antique business. I mean, an enterprise moving that much gold is gotta have some records. The amount of stuff made of gold we deal with.
Yeah. Also,
Sounds
I mean, if the Castellan, it seems like there's a lot of pre-shattering stuff. Now, if the Castellan language, there have to be like scholars and experts out there with a focus in the shattering and pre-shattering that we can sort of throw money at until they share it. I can, we're very, very good friends with the Academy of Wicked Arts because of their new Crowcult wing. But I can see, I don't know that they necessarily, they're more on the new and the cutting edge of magic, and I don't suspect as much about the old, but I can try.
Okay. I just sold someone a table last year. It was fake. So if they haven't discovered that out yet, I can probably follow up. They might know something.
You hear
Right.
behind you a loud crunch as Sloane kind of like is sitting, leaning against one of her drawers and is just eating kind of like the dried husk of it. Looks like some kind of bug or beetle. And just eating a bag of them. I love it when you get all mystery activate. It's very fun.
I think I shoot Sloane a look and I go over and I take one of her beetle snacks, I think, and just like crunch on one too. Like, I'll just take one of her snacks.
Are those the honey roasted or the salted?
Oh, both. I love a little bit of a mix of sweet
Ooh.
and salty.
Sweet and salty.
Yeah, give me one of those.
Tannen watches the bag as it kind of goes under his nose and gets past you, and he goes, "That's my fucking cue to leave, actually." Okay. And just scuts around the two of you and goes, "Thank you, Sloane. Pleasure." And kind of takes your hand, Rose, and starts to leave.
I think I squeeze Tennant's hand a little bit, and I kind of linger in the doorway and just, Sloane, I don't mean to interrupt your snacking, but can I actually steal a moment with you?
Yeah. Yes.
Sorry.
Would you also like to
go ahead,
pull me
I don't want you-
outside? I feel very special.
But just, I think, kind of like looks to the family. I don't want to interrupt the scheming and thinking. It's not related. Just,
Pulls her out into the hallway.
I think, kind of letting Tennant go ahead a little bit, I'll just, can I get something from you to help us sleep tonight? I think maybe we're gonna need it. So,
Who knows? Got it downstairs.
thanks. Just, long day. So,
Yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for everything, really, but specifically that in this moment. That's all. Just
Okay.
and I will give them a hug.
Yeah, she'll like wrap her arms around you and kind of press a kiss to the top of your head as she lets you go. And we'll kind of like open the door and go, "Come on, file out. Got to stage in here now."
Thank you. And I'm a little bit annoyed, I think, a little bit, because I think a little bit of Revo is really excited for like family mystery sleuthing time. Like quality time with her daughters. This is quality time to her. But fine.
You file out. She kind of like gives a very pleasant nod to each of you as you file out. Nadette, you file out, and she goes, "You're looking for something." Mattress. And kind of turns to Reva as the last person to file out. And you. There are a number of reasons the people we love sometimes stay behind. Don't fear the worst. Alright?
Hard not to.
I know, but you always jump to action instead of listening. I really think you should listen here.
I think Reva doesn't verbally respond and just gives Sloan a hug.
She hugs you very tightly, and in your ear she kind of goes, I miss her too, and releases you.
I think if you would have caught it, there's like a sliver of just really raw sadness, I think, in Reva. And it just kind of like blanks over and like,
Good night. And as you all file out of Aunt Sloane's home, Fanula passing you, Rose, a little bundle of herbs as you leave, and return to your own home in the Crowcolt estate. That is where we're going to end today's session. And we'll see you next time for the next chapter of our story. Until then, kaka and good night. Mwah.
What's up with my mattress?
Bye, people.